Hi, everybody. Reese Davis with you, bringing you the EA Sports NCAA Football 14 pregame show presented by Nissan. Innovation that excites.
It's got a gorgeous view of East Lansing, but make no mistake, the scene inside Spartan Stadium can get ugly if you're the visitor. Thompson has the ball set, and he looks ready to kick this one deep to open up the ball game. Here we go, folks. Right down at the 20-yard line. Michigan State's got a new man that's running the ship right now, and I get the sense that the players would run through a wall for him. There's a lot of emotion out there. The quarterback brings his troops out onto the field for the first drive of the game. And they make the stop around the 22-yard line. Bright comes away with 2 yards on the carry.
That makes it 2nd and 8.
From their own 22-yard line, it's 2nd down.
Ready.
He's out to the 30. Gains his way to the 39-yard line. And that was an excellent run there.
Yeah, Brad, but it was also great blocking up front by the offensive line to open up the hole.
From their own 39-yard line, 1st down. He's taken down at the 45-yard line.
Guys, I really like what the offensive coordinator is doing here. Throwing it on 1st and 2nd down will keep the defense guessing.
Check.
1st and 10. Ball on the 45.
Check. 200 check.
Throws it into coverage, and it's intercepted. Breaks one. Still dragging guys. Not a good decision there. Why'd he even throw that pass?
Well, it's a good job by the corner of sitting back and reading the quarterback's eyes. Good job. Disguising.
And the offense will take the field, and they're certainly hoping to do better than they did on their last drive, which ended with a turnover.
He can't dwell on the interception. There's still a whole lot of football to be played today.
He's tackled at the 28.
That'll make it 2nd and 7.
From their own 28-yard line, 2nd down. Brought down after a nice run up the middle.
That's good for a gain of 4 yards. That makes it 3rd and 3.
Let's go. Wide 80.
Nearly intercepted.
I'm not sure the quarterback saw him when he was getting ready to pass because he stuck his paw right in the passing lane. Now, they talked about doing this, but I didn't think we'd see the hurry up this early.
Check. Box 2.
Got a receiver, and he dropped it. And there's a missed opportunity by the offense.
That's a big-time stop here by the defense. I know we're only in week 1, but this defense looks like they're...
The defense was able to stop this offense short on 4th down last time. Let's see what they do this opportunity.
This offense comes out on the field again after being stopped on downs the last time out. And not only does that affect them in a negative way, but you know what it does is it gives this defense that they're facing a ton of confidence and a lot of momentum as they come back out on the field.
Second down, 10 to go. Ball on the 20-yard line.
Ready! Green 95!
They'll bring him down at the 21-yard line.
Gain of 1 on the play. Third down.
Ready! Green 90! Green! Check, check! Regular!
Credit those two defenses in that first quarter, or blame the offenses for a lack of production. Alabama's got a 3-point lead. We can only hope the second quarter is as good as the first. Tight ball game, folks.
Give me that ball, defense. Give me that ball.
Let's go! Wide out!
Tackle made at the 31.
You know, talking with the offensive coordinator this week, he told us that he has a lot of confidence in his quarterback to make good decisions. And when he feels like he has an opportunity to put the ball up, he knows the receivers that he can count on to be able to make big plays. That's another example of that. Receiver goes up into traffic and makes a big play for a first down.
And he's tackled at the 44-yard line. He kept it himself and picked up a good-looking first down.
Great execution and a good decision there by the quarterback.
First and 10. Ball on their own 44.
Ready! Green 95! Green 95!
Tackle at the 47-yard line. They go with a run, and that'll be a gain of 9.
That brings up second and 1.
Check, check! Eagle! Eagle! Ready! Red 68! Red 68!
Quick throw to the tight end. Brought down at about the 21. It's first and 10. Ball on the 21-yard line. Around the 23-yard line.
This defensive lineman's got the kind of size and strength where he can disrupt the play all by himself.
From the 23-yard line. Second down.
Ready! Wide 80! Wide 80!
He's taken down at the 22-yard line.
That's a gain of 1 on the play. That brings up third and 10.
This is the 9th play of this drive.
Here we go! Red 68!
On the throw, incomplete pass.
Coleman, the intended receiver on the play. That'll make it
Fourth down. So the kicking team is on the field. They'll try for 3. He gets it up, and he's got it. Been like a couple of fighters feeling each other out so far. Let's see if they start to open it up a little bit more now. Scrambling around. Throws it out, and it falls incomplete.
Brad, I just think this quarterback's got to do a much better job of being able to read that defense and make quicker decisions. And especially when the defense starts to get pressure, you've got to either get rid of that football or check it down or take off and run with it.
And he's tackled right away. Quick throw out to the receiver. And they make the stop at the 40-yard line.
That makes it first and 10.
Check, check. Ready. 200 check. 200 check.
Trying to get it to the tight end, but it falls to the ground. So it's 2nd and 10. Ball on the 40-yard line.
Check, check. Omaha. Ready. 180. Check, check. 98 Weasel.
Gets rid of it quickly, and that was almost picked.
You never know what will happen when the ball ricochets like that. Good effort by the defender.
Check, check. Hammerhead. Hammerhead. Check, check. Set. Hammerhead.
And he's taken down around the 29-yard line. He was covered and still caught the ball.
Yeah, this guy's got the balance, control, and just great instincts when it comes to catching the football. Good-looking athlete.
Let's go. Wide 80. Wide 80.
Makes it to the 21. Michigan State will take their second time out of the half. A nice job by the offensive line, and they pick up a gain of 8. And this play is number 8 on the drive.
Set. Green 19.
Gets it out to his receiver in a hurry.
It's a great job here by the quarterback of recognizing the outside linebacker blitz and delivering the football for a first down.
Set. Wide 80.
He's tackled at the 4.
Gain of 2 on the play. That brings up 2nd and goal.
Here we go. Green 95.
And they get him in the backfield for a loss.
The thing about the option is you're going to have some negative plays, but if you keep running it, it'll create some big play opportunities.
Check, check. Spider. Spider. Check, check. Spider. Spider.
Throw to the tight end and in and out of his hands.
Incomplete pass. Allen, the intended receiver on the play. That brings up 4th and goal.
They'll line up for the field goal, and this is nothing more than a chip shot. It's up, and it is good. Here's an update from the studio and Reese Davis. Johnson gets set to kick this one away. He really got a hold of that kick. This one's going to be down in the end zone for a touchback. Alabama's coaching staff, I've got to think, going into halftime, and we're getting close right now, Kurt. They've got to do something different. What they playing with their start. This deficit can be easily overcome, sure. But they have to be thinking if they don't get something going on this series, the burden is going to be felt by their defense. Makes it to the 27. We've got a 1st and 10. Ball on the 27. Tackled after decent pickup. The tailback picks up 6 there on the misdirection.
That brings him 2nd and 5.
Got it. He's at midfield. They'll bring him down at about the 43-yard line. First down, 10 to go. Ball on the 43-yard line.
Here we go. Green 9.
Nice run, and he's brought down. Jones gets 6 yards on the play.
That'll bring up 2nd and 3.
Carries the ball for a nice gain.
That makes it 1st and
10. From the 30-yard line. First down. They get the sack. He just blew past the blockers and dragged the quarterback down.
Boy, excellent play by the defense here. A few extra seconds, and those receivers might have been open.
Hey, watch number 5. Watch number 5. I smell fear in that offense.
Let's go. Wide
80.
Gets to about the 37-yard line.
That's good for a gain of 2 yards. That'll bring up 3rd and long.
Third down, and they need to get it down to the 20. He's going to go for the home run. Incomplete. Almost picked off.
The defensive coordinator did a great job with the play call there. He put his defense in alignment and in a position to be able to make a play on the football. Everything works perfectly. They just dropped the football. Boy, the offense caught a break there.
He gets it up, and it's long enough, and he splits the uprights. Reese Davis joins us in the studio with this update. This is a pretty crucial series right here. With things being so tight, your best players have to step it up on both sides of the ball. He gets out to about the 25-yard line.
No gain on the play. That makes it 2nd and 10.
From their own 25-yard line. Second down. Good pitch and catch there on second down.
Yep, it was good enough to get him a first down. That's just a nice play.
The ball.
Nice run up the middle.
Gain of 7 yards. That'll bring up 2nd and 3.
They need about 3 yards to get the first here on second down.
Check.
Check 82.
Snake eyes. Snake eyes. Set. Red. Check. Omaha.
Tackle made at the 44.
Moore makes the
he makes it out to about the 44-yard line.
That makes it 2nd and 10.
From the 44-yard line, it's 2nd down. Just under 3 to go in regulation. Bright gets the carry. Nice run there as they work the outside.
That'll make it 35.
He goes downtown. Oh, he had a shot at the pick.
Allen was the intended receiver on the play. That'll bring up 4th and 5.
Ready. Green 88.
And he's tackled around the 31-yard line.
Number 56 makes the
He's at the 20, dives forward.
Boy, that is a huge first down. Not only did they pick up the first down, but it stops the clock and gives this offense a chance to regroup and get ready to maybe put the most important points on the board.
There's a strike complete. Tackle at the 12-yard line.
That's a gain of 5 on the play. That brings up 2nd and 5.
It's 2nd down, 5 to go. Ball on the 12-yard line.
Set. Wide
And he makes it out to about the 11-yard line.
That's good for a gain of 1 yard. That makes it 3rd and 3.
This is the 12th play of this drive.
Check, check.
Just over a minute left.
Hammerhead.
And he's hit before he can go anywhere.
That's a gain of 9 on the play. That makes it 1st and goal.
Well, this is it. They've got all 4 downs to get in the end zone. They line up in the jumbo set. Looking for the corner. They'll drop him for a loss. The Spartans will use their first time out of the half. The halfback loses a yard on the toss. Here's play number 14 of this drive.
Mike's 50. Mike's 50. Double tight. Here we go. Wide 80. Wide.
Touchdown, and now they're in front. Boy, they had to dig deep to score here that late in the 4th quarter and come from behind. And now the question is, can their defense dig in and win it for them? Trying to go up by 3. They'll kick the extra point. He makes the PAT. So a 14-play, 75-yard drive, and it results in a touchdown.
Brad, I thought the offense did a really nice job of mixing up the play calling on that drive. I thought the defense was on its heels most of the drive because of the versatility of the offense.
And it goes into the end zone, down for a touchback. Alabama's ranking, that doesn't mean anything right now.
Now, they've not played up to their expectations at all, but they have the football here late in the game. They're very fortunate to still have a chance to maybe win it because they've not looked like themselves.
Both teams realize that when the ball is snapped, we're 1 play away from a very different ball game. Fires out to his wideout. Brought down at the 43-yard line. Alabama just took their first time out. First and 10. Ball on the 43-yard line. We have less than a minute to go. Completes it, but he can't shake the defense. Alabama is going to have to use their second time out of the half.
Man left. Come on out here. Come get some.
They come out in an empty backfield.
Black 90.
He scrambled. They bring the quarterback down. fires it out. Intercepted, and I think I can hear the fat lady singing. And that is an absolutely huge turnover for this defense. They couldn't have picked that off at a better time.
Just a horrible decision by the quarterback trying to force that pass, especially at this point in the game.
First down. Got to be careful down here, deep in your own territory. Run there. That was a good play by the halfback. Picked up about 5 yards on the option. Alabama will take their last time out.
Here we go.
Up the middle for a nice gain.
Open at the 30.
Slide. He got it to him. Touchdown, Mechie.
Target and a big breakaway.
Just downfield. Diving catch. Touchdown. Are you kidding me? What a play.
Hi, everybody. Reese Davis with you, bringing you the EA Sports NCAA Football 14 pregame show presented by Nissan. Innovation that excites.
Football in the upper Midwest. Spartan Stadium, the tallest structure in East Lansing, consistently ranks among the NCAA's top 20 schools in attendance. Williams has the ball set how he wants it, and we're just about ready to kick this game off, folks. He really got a hold of that kick. They'll bring him down at the 15-yard line. So here comes the offense taking the field for the first time today. And they get nice yardage on that run.
That's good for a gain of 4 yards. That makes it 2nd and 6.
From their own 19-yard line. Second down.
Pull down. Check 82. Watch 82.
Ready.
Ball.
Tackle at the 22.
Call it a gain of 3 yards. 3rd down.
And he's tackled at the 25-yard line. Bright gains around 3 yards on the run.
That makes it 4th and inches.
Everybody bunched up tight defensively.
Omaha! Ready! Check! Hammerhead!
Tosses across the middle to his tight end. Inside the 30. To the 10. Brought down inside the 5.
Once this guy gets into the secondary, he can be a real problem to bring down. He can shake off a lot of tacklers who are smaller than he is.
So now it's 1st and goal after the big pass play.
Set! Line 80! Wide! Check!
Shift.
Here we go! Line 80! Check! 200! Check! 200! Check! 200!
Fires quickly. Touchdown. He stepped up and threw a touchdown pass to his wideout.
Yep, good job of protection, and the quarterback spotted his man.
It was a textbook post route, and the pass was right on target. And he adds the extra point. Time for an update from the studio. What have you got? This offense just torched the defense through the air with a great passing attack on their last drive.
As long as this quarterback has time to throw, and you can guarantee that he'll find the open man.
They'll bring him down at the 27.
If these defenders continue to exploit the O-line like that, it's going to be a long day for this running back.
2nd down and 11 yards to the sticks. Ball on their own 27. Michigan State is up by a touchdown. He's to the 40. He's tackled at the 42-yard line. Incomplete. He was looking for the tight end.
Terrific coverage, and when you clog up passing lanes like that, you can force a quarterback to make some poor decisions. Almost got themselves a turnover, too.
It's 2nd and 10. Ball on the 42-yard line. Decides to slide. Nice run there. So he picked up a few on that run.
Yeah, he did a nice job of using his blockers on that run. Really a nice read.
From the 41-yard line. First down. Tackle after a decent run up the gut. Jones comes away with around 5 yards on the misdirection run. And he's taken down right around the 36-yard line. Maybe a yard on the run by the tailback.
That corner did a great job there containing the outside and not allowing the ball to get by him. That showed good discipline by this defense.
3rd down again. Fires quick out to the receiver, and he can't make the grab.
I know this quarterback trusts his arm and his receivers, but he's got to know when not to throw the ball. He didn't have any room at all, and he's lucky it wasn't intercepted.
The Spartans will use their first time out of the half. The kick is up. It's got the distance, and it's good. In a game that's this close, you can't afford to waste possessions. Michigan State is up by 3. He chucks it downfield. He was that close to making a big play.
This safety is kicking himself for dropping that one.
That makes it 2nd and 10.
2nd down, 10 yards to go. Ball on the 12. He's to the 20. Tackle made right around the 26-yard line.
That's a nice job by the quarterback to pitch the ball, and it got him a first down.
And they make the stop at the 27-yard line.
That's a gain of 1 on the play. That brings up 2nd and 9.
We've got a 2nd and 9 here. Ball on the 27-yard line.
3 down. Mike 12. Mike 12.
Quick throw out to the receiver. Incomplete.
Johnson says he's intended receiver on the play. That'll make it 3rd and 9.
Hey, watch number 5. Number 5. Watch number 5.
Tighten up, tighten up. Pull together. Let's go!
He's taken down around the 36-yard line.
That makes it 4th and inches.
Here we go, D. Hey, it's just me and you. It's just me and you. Let's go!
And he's tackled after positive yardage. We've got a 1st and 10. Ball on the 42. Setting up play action. And he tackles him hard at the 43. And this play is number 8 on the drive. Michigan State holds a field goal lead. down to 34.
That's good for a gain of 3 yards. That brings up 2nd and 1.
It's the 9th play of the drive.
Side left, side left. 4 down, 4 down. Check 82, watch 82. Ball's coming 82.
Ready.
12's the right.
And down he goes at the 18-yard line.
When you're running the ball for big chunks of yards like that, you've got something working.
1st and 10. Ball on the 18-yard line.
Check, check. 98 wins. 98 wins.
Touchdown, Michigan State. He splits the uprights with the extra point. Reese Davis joins us in the studio with this update.
The last time we saw this offense on the field, they drove the length of the field. And you think back to what that defensive coordinator tried to do. He tried to change some things up, but nothing seemed to work. It's going to be interesting to see how he can have an impact on this drive.
He lets it fly. Oh, he had a shot at the pick. Well, he tried to thread the needle with that pass.
Well, here the quarterback makes a poor decision throwing into coverage. Needs to look at his progression and find the 2nd and 3rd receiver.
From their own 20-yard line, it's 2nd down. And he carries the ball for a nice gain.
That's a gain of 5 on the play. 3rd down.
Set. Green 95. Green 95.
And that'll do it for the first half. 17-7, Michigan State.
Hi, everybody. Glad to have you with us on the EA Sports NCAA Football 14 halftime show presented by Nissan. Innovation that excites. Reese Davis, David Pollack here in the studio as always to lend a little perspective to what just went down in the first 30 minutes. Maybe the most important statistic.
We're about set to start things up again.
3 down, 3 down. Check 5-12. 5-12, 5-12.
Gets out to around the 28.
Hardly 8 yards. That makes it 2nd and 2.
So it's 2nd down and about 2 yards to go.
3 down, 3 down. 29 is the Mike. Mike 29.
Let's go.
Tackled after a decent pickup.
That's a gain of 4. 1st down.
Right, guys, on the right. 3 down, 3 down. 12 to Mike.
Let's go.
Takes a handoff, tackled for a loss.
More plays like this, and the coaching staff is going to need to change up the blocking schemes. You can't allow the defense to play in your backfield.
It's 2nd down and 11 to go.
Down.
Ball on the 31.
Mike 29.
Quick throw out to the receiver. Tackle at the 40.
Number 29 on the tackle at the 40-yard line. That'll bring up 3rd and 2.
Tight right, tight right. 4 down, 4 down. Mike 12. Mike 12.
Let's go. Green.
They give to the tailback. He makes it out to maybe the 43-yard line. From their own 43-yard line. 1st down. Nice run up the middle.
That'll make it 2nd and 4.
Tight left, tight left. 3 down. Mike 12. Mike 12.
Here we go. Green 95. Green 95.
Quick strike, and he drops it.
I'm not so sure he made the best decision that time. That was a pretty tight area he was trying to throw that one into.
This is the 8th play of this drive. He's got his man across the middle, and he's tackled at about the 27-yard line. From the 27-yard line, it's first down. And they'll run him again, taken down as he works the left for a nice gain. About 4 yards on the counter to the halfback.
That brings him 2nd and 5.
10th play of the drive.
Four down, 12's the fight.
Up the middle for a nice gain. They line up for another 3rd down, and they've had no problem converting their first 2. Flags are all over the place, and they'll blow it dead.
False start, offense.
It'll be 3rd down again after that penalty.
Yeah, now they have more yards to pick up for the first down.
Double tight. Three down.
Let's go.
Check in.
Quick shot, the defender tips it away.
Allen, the intended receiver on the play. That brings up 4th and 7.
So it's 4th down. They're going to try a long field goal here. The kick is away. It's long enough, and he nails the long field goal.
That one looked like cake for this kid. Chalk up 3 points for the offense.
A score here might effectively end this one. Michigan State up 6. Nice run, and he's brought down.
That's good for a gain of 5 yards. That brings him 2nd and 5.
2nd down and 5. Ball on the 21-yard line.
Three down. 29 is Mike. Mike 29.
He's out to the 30. Gains his way to the 33-yard line.
That makes it 1st and 10.
Three down. Mike 12.
Here we go.
Nice run to the left there. 6 yards there on the counter.
That'll bring up 2nd and 3.
2nd down, and they're going to need about 3 yards to pick up the first down. He gets out to about the 42-yard line.
Gain of 3 on the play. That'll bring up 3rd and inches.
Two times. Three down. 29 is Mike.
Let's go.
He makes it to the 42-yard line.
No gain on the play. 4th down.
Double tight. Three down. 29 is
Let's
Mike.
go.
Mike
Wide
29.
80. Wide 80.
So they run it on 4th down, and they pick up the first.
But good play there, Brad. You know, a lot of times on 4th down, you'll see the ball carrier panic, but not this guy. This is a good job of showing patience and letting the run develop.
From the 46-yard line. First down. Just under 3 to go in regulation.
68. What happened?
He makes his way out to about the 35.
The offensive coordinator has to be elated with the way his offense right now is executed. They're not in a hurry, but they're very, very methodical and very consistent with their approach. That's the third first down that they've picked up on this drive.
The Redhawks taking their first time out of the half. And this is the 8th play of the drive.
Three down. 29 is the mic.
Here's the handoff, and he's taken down for a loss.
Good job by the defense to overpower the offensive line and drop the back for a loss.
From the 38-yard line, second down.
29 is the mic. Mike 29.
Ready. Green 90. Green.
Gets out to around the 25. The Redhawks, they're going to have to call their third and final timeout. And this is the 10th play of the drive.
Three down. 29 is the mic. Mike 29.
Here we go.
Gains his way to the 13-yard line. From the 13-yard line, first down.
12. Mike 12.
Ready. Wide 80. Wide 80.
Takes it up the middle for a nice run. We're at the 12th play of the drive. Just over a minute in the fourth quarter.
Ready. Green 88. Green 88.
He makes it to the 6-yard line. Third down, and they're going to need about 3 yards to pick up the first down.
Mike 12.
Ready. Red 68. Red 68.
Brought down after a nice run up the middle.
Brad, you just don't see this very often anymore in college football. That is their 5th first down on this drive alone. They have great rhythm right now as an offense, and look at that poor defense. They're looking over to the sidelines to the defensive coordinator for some help. They need to change things up.
Here's play number 14 of this drive. They've got their goal line sets on the field. This might be a good time for play action. Touchdown, Spartans. That could have been it right there. That score might be the deciding factor in this football game. So the kicker's going to stay on the sidelines. These guys will try for a 2-point conversion.
Ready. Wide 80.
He's in for the conversion. Let's get an update now. Here's Reese Davis. Reese. And this one comes to an end. Our final count in this game, 28-14, Michigan State.
Hi, everybody. Reese Davis with you, bringing you the EA Sports NCAA Football 14 pregame show presented by Nissan. Innovation that excites.
South Florida lines up to kick this one off, and we're just about set to get underway. It's fielded at the 2. They'll bring him down at the 20. Michigan State's offense, a lot of times they can spread things out and they can really be versatile offensively, but when you got a wide receiver like this, it really helps the cause.
Well, it does, and it continues to help with what they're trying to do. They're trying to find matchups, and when you have one player like this that the defense has got to be aware of, they're going to spread you out, try to find a one-on-one matchup, and if you spend too much time with this one player, they've got some other weapons to make you pay for it.
Bright gained 7 yards on that play. They need about 3 yards to get the first here on second down.
51, Mike. Mike 51.
They'll bring him down at the 38.
There's nothing more effective that a team can do offensively than to pound the ball right at the defense, trying to wear them down.
Double tight. Two down. Mike 51. Mike 51.
And he's taken down at the 48-yard line.
Maybe after a nice run like that, you try to go up in the air with a play-action pass.
First down, 10 yards to go. Ball on the 48-yard line.
Two down.
Let's go.
Fires out quickly to the tailback. He's taken down at the 47. Drop back a yard.
They really just didn't have any room to work on that play. The defense just suffocated them there.
He's tackled around the 42-yard line.
That'll make it 3rd and 1.
Short yardage situation here. It's 3rd and 1.
Two down. Mike 52. Mike 52.
Ready. Red 68.
He gets to about the 31-yard line.
Called a gain of 11 yards. First down.
Mike 51. Mike 51. Don't say nothing.
Ready. Green 95. Green 95.
Gains his way to the 23-yard line.
That's a gain of 8 on the play. That brings up 2nd and 1.
And this play is number 8 on the drive.
Two down. Mike 51.
Let's go. Green check, check. Big dog. Big dog. Check, check. Big dog. Check, check. Big dog. Big dog.
Got an opening. Inside the 10. Touchdown, Michigan State. And he converts the extra point. An 8-play, 82-yard drive. And they add 7 points to the scoreboard.
And when you're a quarterback and you start this close to the end zone, your eyes just light up when you take the field. Conversely, the defense is thinking, uh-oh, we can't let him get another one so quickly.
Makes it to the 21.
Gain of 8 yards. That brings up 2nd and 1.
Short yardage situation here. It's 2nd down and 1.
Two down.
Michigan State is up 7. He's on the run. And they make the stop right around the 12-yard line. He kept it himself and picked up a good-looking first down.
Great execution and a good decision there by the quarterback.
Mike 51.
Touchdown, MSU.
Outstanding run and great execution by the entire offensive unit, especially the blocking up front.
He makes the PAT. And here we go with the offense ready to get things going again. Brought down around the 47-yard line.
That makes it 2nd and 2.
So it's 2nd down and about 2 yards to go. He's on the run. Tackle made at about the 43-yard line. As we change into the field, I don't think we're going to be seeing much of a change in the outcome. The Spartans lead it by 2 touchdowns. And we welcome you back to the action here, just about set to start the 2nd quarter. Here they come. He's at the 30, and he snags that one. And down he goes around the 23-yard line.
Well, you know this defense is going to come after you. There's no doubt about that. And as an offense, you have to be prepared for that. In that play, they made them pay for blitzing.
We've got a 1st and 10. Ball on the 23-yard line. And he carries the ball for a nice gain.
That's good for a gain of 4 yards. That makes it 2nd and 6.
At the 17. The running back gets 2 on the carry.
That'll bring up 3rd and
4. They're about 4 yards away here on 3rd down.
Where's 52? Watch 52. 52's the mic. Set.
Quick strike to the receiver. Touchdown, Spartans.
This team has so many potent weapons. It's tough to try to single out just one of them to stop.
And he adds the extra point. Johnson looks ready to kick this one off. He really got a hold of that kick. This one's going to be down in the end zone for a touchback.
This defense has everything. They kind of have that blue-collar, workman-like approach, but they also... have a blend of...
Coleman's performance today, not what he was looking for, but he's going to take the win anytime.
Well, hopefully he's still proud of the effort by the team. I know he didn't put up the numbers that he wanted individually, but this is a team game. They got the victory. He should be proud and happy about that.
the Great Lakes State, and Spartan Stadium is the site for our game. Barker is lined up and just about ready to send this one off as we're ready to get this game underway. And he got all of this one. Great kick. He's to the 20. Tackle made at the 26-yard line. The Spartans know that they can give this guy the ball, Kirk, 25, 30 times a game, and that's great. And if it's working, that's perfect. But also, as a defensive team, you look at him and you go, we worry about him too much. We could get burned somewhere else.
Well, the defensive coaches told us this week the first thing that they have to do is stop this running game. And when you're convinced that you have to stop the running game, you leave your defensive backs, especially your corners, isolated one-on-one in coverage. And if they're smart, they'll try to take advantage of that and try to make some big plays in the passing game, maybe early, and then go back to old reliable, and that's running the football.
From their own 31-yard line, it's second down. Here they come. Throws it into coverage, and it's intercepted. And he's tackled right around the 34. Spectacular play there by the linebacker to come away with that interception.
I don't even think the quarterback saw him.
Well, let's see if he can shake off that pick that he tossed last time out.
He can't dwell on the interception. There's still a whole lot of football to be played today.
Tackled after a decent run up the gut. Second down, and they're going to need about 3 yards to pick up the first down. He is drilled at the 18.
Think about the speed and instincts it takes for a linebacker to get from his position into the backfield to make a play like that. That's well done.
They'll bring him down around the 26-yard line.
That was a really nice play on the ball by the receiver for a substantial gain and a first down.
First and 10. Ball on the 26-yard line. Straight run here, and he's got nowhere to go.
Well, this is the kind of play you want to see if you're a defensive player, because not only is it a negative play, but this can really impact and affect the emotion of the game. Just looking down and looking at the energy on the field and even on the sidelines, you can see that the defense is fired up after that play.
Gets to about the 27-yard line. A yard, maybe 2 on the carry.
That'll make it 3rd down.
And once again, they'll come to the line, trying to convert on 3rd down.
3 down. Hey, watch that.
Ready.
Quick shot, the defender tips it away.
Alert read on that play. He didn't have too much time to react to that pass.
4th and 9.
And watch out, they're going to bring the heat right here. He really got a hold of that one. Signals for a fair catch. The Spartans really took care of business on defense that first time out, Kirk.
One of the great traditions of college football is this defense and the way they
While they are behind, they know they can knot things up in a heartbeat. It's way too early to change your game plan. He gets out to about the 25-yard line.
That's good for a gain of 2 yards. That makes it 2nd and 8.
It's 2nd and 8. Ball on the 25-yard line.
Ready.
Brought down after a nice run up the middle.
That's a gain of 6 on the play. That'll bring up 3rd and 2.
tight, low-scoring game in that first 15 minutes. Let's see if things open up in the second quarter. The Broncos lead 7-0. It's third down, and they're about 2 yards shy of the sticks. Nice run up the middle. Kirky managed to get enough there to move the chains.
Yep, that's a great effort there by the running back to be able to get the ball upfield and pick up another valuable first down.
And we're back for more action here in quarter number 2. Screen pass. He's got his halfback. And he's taken down at the 46-yard line.
That'll bring up 2nd and 3.
They need about 3 yards to get the first here on second down.
Ready! Red 18! Red 18!
Up the middle for a nice gain. Run there. Bright picks up about 4 yards on the play.
That makes it 2nd and 6.
From the 45-yard line. Second down.
Set! Green 90! Green!
That's a great tackle at the 33-yard line. Superb effort by the receiver to come down with that ball.
This comes down to the timing between the quarterback and the receiver, and the result, again, a nice play for the offense.
This is the 8th play of this drive.
Let's go! Line 80! Line 80!
And they'll get him in the backfield.
Sometimes a play is not going to work for whatever reason. Doesn't mean you throw the play away. You just need to execute better next time.
From the 35-yard line, it's second down. He rolls out to the right. Runs with it, and he's got room. Tries to get around the corner. Knocked out of bounds at the 14. He made a real nice play on that one.
I'll tell you what, in today's game, you have to have the ability to run the football. Give the quarterback a lot of credit. He made a great play and really gave his team a boost.
And this is the 10th play of the drive.
Here we go!
Taken down in the backfield, and the halfback's got nowhere to go.
This junior corner's been progressively improving his run defense. He's better at diagnosing those plays now, and he knows how to bring a guy down.
Second down, 10 yards to go. Ball on the 14. What a play, and that is first and goal. Here's the 12th play of the drive.
Ready! Green 95! Green 95!
Touchdown, Michigan State.
Perfect call under these circumstances, confusing them with the option and then getting the football into the hands of the running back.
They'll line up for the extra point in an attempt to tie the game. And he hits the PAT. A 12-play, 77-yard drive, and that's good for a touchdown.
Brad, that's one of those drives that can just tear your heart out. They can really demoralize.
This is the point in the game where you don't want to make any mistakes that give the other guys a reason to feel more confident going into halftime. Gets it out to his receiver in a hurry. He's knocked out of bounds at the 41.
Call it a gain of 34. First down.
You always want to go in the locker room with momentum, so as we get closer to halftime, I think we'll see more and more attempts to create big plays. Got it, and brought down immediately. Second down, and they're going to need about 3 yards to pick up the first down. And he's going to come up with a sack.
Oh, that is a big hit on the quarterback. That's one of those, as an offensive lineman, when the film study starts to come around, you're going to kind of sink in your chair and just hope they don't call you out, because you're going to get embarrassed on Monday.
Nice catch, first down. He's knocked out. Here's a quick throw. The defender had it and then dropped it. And that one probably should have been picked off.
Yeah, are you kidding me? There's a blanket around that receiver. Somebody else had to be open.
Second down, 10 to go. Ball on their own 49. Oh, and he had some steam on that throw. He's tackled around the 28-yard line. Taken down around the 15-yard line.
Check, check. 98 wins. Check, check. 98 wins.
And they make the stop at the 4. Touchdown, MSU. Nice job by the offense to get the final few yards to the end zone.
Yeah, they knew what play to call for in that situation and made it work.
He makes the PAT. Here's an update from the studio and Reese Davis.
The Buckeyes come into today's game ranked #1 in the country. And for Ohio State, they're looking to win their third.
They're 2 for 2 in finding the end zone on their last 2 drives. Let's see how they do here. Michigan State is up a score. Pass to the tight end, but he bobbles the ball away.
This quarterback has got to do a better job of looking off defenders and allow his covered receivers some room to improvise and get free.
So it's 2nd and 10. Ball on the 24. Tackle after decent pickup.
Gain of 6 on the play. That'll make it 35.
Let's go, D.
Hey, one set. Check Mike 54. Mike 54.
Ready. Green, Mike.
Hurry.
Fires quick out to the receiver, and he can't make the grab.
There's the intended receiver on the play. That'll bring up 4th and 5.
Cade is back to receive. They get this one off, and it's a beauty. And he's tackled at the 30-yard line.
Return for a gain of 6 yards.
Now's when you start to approach each drive thinking that if you take the lead, then the momentum you gain feels that much more powerful. goes. He gets to about the 31-yard line.
That's good for a gain of 10 yards. That'll make it 2nd and inches.
So it's 2nd down, and they're only about a foot away from picking up the first down.
Thunder! Ready! Green check! Thunder!
Pulls down the catch, and he's got room here. Tackle made at about the 37-yard line. At the 27.
You can tell he's got a lot of faith in his wide receivers. Even when he's a little bit off target, they can pull it in and make something happen.
It's 2nd down, and they're about the length of the football from the first down marker. Brought down at the 15-yard line. Some daylight. And down he goes, just outside the goal line. It's 1st down. 1st and goal here. Let's see if they keep it on the ground inside the 5. They come out in a goal line set. Touchdown, Spartans.
When you're that close to the end zone, it's always a smart play to find your blockers and follow them into the end zone.
And he adds the extra point. Let's get an update now. Here's Reese Davis. Reese.
The Buckeyes enter today's game ranked number 1 in the nation.
You've got to be aware that capitalizing on this drive is crucial. You want to take the pressure off you and put it on your opponent. And they'll bring him down behind the line.
Loss of 4 yards on the play. Makes it 2nd and 14.
Second down, 14 coming up here. Ball on the 21. Less than 3 minutes in the game.
Set! Ready!
And he's tackled at the 43. Good pitch and catch there on 2nd down.
Yep, it was good enough to get him a first down. That's just a nice play.
Here we go! 180! Wide! 80!
He can run inside the 30. And he's brought down at the 12-yard line. First and 10 following that big run.
Ready! Green 90! Green 90!
And he makes it out to about the 11-yard line.
Gain of 1 on the play. That brings up 2nd and 9.
Roger. Hey, watch that. Check Mike 54. Mike 54.
Set! 180! Wide! 80!
And they get him in the backfield for a loss.
If these defenders continue to exploit the O-line like that, it's going to be a long day for this running back.
From the 14-yard line. It's third down. Just over a minute left.
Ready. 180. Wide. 80.
Well, you can see the elation on the defensive coordinator's side of things, and why not? His defense just came up with one of the biggest stops of the game in a vital spot in this fourth quarter. So the kicker's on, and this kick is for the lead. A miss, and it will most likely mean overtime. And he's got it. And so that's going to do it. Our final score in this one, 24-21, Spartans.
Hi, everybody. Reese Davis with you, bringing you the EA Sports NCAA Football 14 pregame show presented by Nissan. Innovation that excites. The Spartans are really hitting their stride. Look, I know they have a winning streak going, but more importantly, they're starting to play at a very high level. The expectations are going to rise. They'll try to make sure their performance does the same. Thanks for checking out the pregame show. NCAA college football action coming up next with Brad and Kirk on the call. David and I will see you at halftime.
Allen is lined up to kick this one off, and you can feel the thunder in the crowd as they await the start of this game. This one's going to be down in the end zone for a touchback. The quarterback brings his troops out onto the field for the first drive of the game. He makes it out maybe to the 26-yard line.
That's a gain of 1 on the play. That brings up 2nd and 9.
We've got a 2nd and 9 here. Ball on the 26.
Here we go. Wide 80. Wide.
Run. They'll bring him down at the 34-yard line.
Gain of 8 yards. That'll make it 3rd and 1.
Check. Omaha.
Alert 3.
Check. Omaha.
And he hits him hard at the 21-yard line.
The smart quarterbacks and offensive linemen have a really unique relationship. A quarterback should take care of his offensive lineman. But after that play and that hit, you really got to be wondering what kind of relationship this quarterback and his offensive lineman have after that.
He gets it away, and this is a really nice punt. Hendricks fields at the 30. And he makes it out to about the 47-yard line. Minnesota's coaching staff, they know they've got a star wide receiver. They know it's going to be a hostile environment. With that, this is a fun game, and I think we're going to see a lot of interesting football before it's over.
Check 59. Mike is 59. Mike is 59.
Down. Blue 14.
They bring him down in the backfield.
Makes the tackle. No gain. That makes it 2nd and 10.
2nd and 10. Ball on the 20.
Four down. Check 59. Mike is 59.
Let's go.
Halfback's got it on the quick throw, and he's taken down at the 23-yard line. That play was going nowhere.
Yeah, gave a lot of credit to the defense here, recognizing pass and swarming to the receiver.
Two times. Four down. Check 59. Mike is 59.
Let's go.
And he's immediately tackled. And that's what we were talking about earlier.
Absolutely nice pass play here. The quarterback shows some guts here throwing this one into coverage, but good accuracy, and again, great timing on the throw.
From their own 37-yard line. First down. Nice run there. Bright gets 6 yards on the carry.
That'll make it 2nd and 4.
Tight right. Four down. Check 59. Mike is 59.
Set. Wide 80.
Tackled for a loss. Nothing there on the keeper.
This is a pretty good play here by the junior safety, stepping up and making a good tackle on the ball carrier.
They're about 4 yards away here on 3rd down.
Check 59. Mike is 59.
Ready.
Catches it, gets out of bounds. Butler gains around 7 yards with a catch, and that's good for a first down.
And they're moving the ball well because this quarterback hasn't thrown an incompletion yet on this drive.
Slings it quickly to his halfback again. And he's level at the 46. They pick up at the most 4 yards on the screen play.
And I thought this play was going to go for more yards, but the defense did a good job of shutting it down before the halfback could get any further downfield.
Check 59. Mike is 59.
We've played one. No score here.
Tight left. Four down. Check 59. Mike is 59.
Set.
Makes it to the 37.
You know that saying, get your keys out because we're on a drive? This offense right now is on a drive. I mean, this is their 3rd first down. They're doing just about anything they want, and they're really starting to wear the psyche of this defense down.
It's the 9th play of the drive.
Mike is 59.
Throws a strike over the middle. He's tackled around the 29-yard line. They pick up good yardage that time on the pass play.
Here they kind of put pressure on the quarterback and challenged him to find the hole in the defense, and in this case he did. Nice job.
They need about 3 yards to get the first here on 2nd down.
Here we go.
And he carries the ball for a nice gain. Here's the 11th play of the drive. Would have been a big play by the defense. He can't hold it. The defense really missed a golden opportunity there.
That's what separates a good player from a great player. When you have a chance like that, you need to take advantage of it.
2nd down, 10 yards to go. Ball on the 23-yard line. out to his wideout. What a play, and that is first and goal.
This guy has that innate ability to get just enough distance from a defender to make a completion possible. You don't see it from every receiver, but this guy's got it.
And this is the 13th play of this drive. They're crowding the line. Touchdown, Michigan State. He splits the uprights with the extra point.
It was a 13-play, 81-yard drive, and it results in a touchdown. Momentum swings have been fairly even. And with so little separation, this game can be drastically changed on just one or two plays.
Michigan State is up by a touchdown. Nice run up the middle.
That's good for a gain of 7 yards. That'll bring up 2nd and 3.
Second down, and they're going to need about 3 yards to pick up the first down.
Check 59. Mike is 59.
Let's go.
And they make the stop at the 33-yard line. He'll get the call again. And he's tackled after positive yardage. Bright gets 6 yards on the play.
That'll make it 2nd and 4.
So it's second down now, and they need about 4 yards to pick up the first.
Box 2. Check. Tiger. Check. Tiger.
Fires out to his receiver. He's taken down right around the 18-yard line. He throws. They can't connect. Incomplete.
These guys, especially in the secondary, really get after it and can make life hard for the play callers on the other side of the ball.
From the 18-yard line, second down. Michigan State is up a score. And they'll get him in the backfield.
Call it a loss of 3 yards on the play. That brings up 3rd and 12.
Check. Tiger. Check. Tiger. Tiger. Here we go.
Fires quick out to the receiver, and he can't make the grab. The wide receiver wasn't able to hang on.
Well, you talk about a solid hit. This guy is a true enforcer.
So it's 4th down. They'll call on the field goal unit here. Michigan State is hoping to make this a 2-score game. It's up, and it sails through the uprights. Let's throw it out to Reese now for a studio update.
Let's get you up to date on what's happening in...
A good job on their last drive, getting 3. Let's see if they can get some more on this drive. There's a strike complete. He's down. About 6 yards on the play.
You get 6 yards, and that makes picking up a first down very reasonable.
They're about 4 yards away here on second down. Tackle made at the 40. The Spartans are going to call their second timeout. At the 24. Michigan State's called their final timeout. So with the half ending, they're just going to try to put 3 points up on the board. He gets it up, And it's good.
Boy, he had plenty of distance there and pushed it through. Very impressive leg strength.
13-0, Michigan State. Don't go anywhere, folks. It looks like we might have a pretty good game on our hands after all. 13-0, Spartans. Well, the guys are chomping at the bit down there, waiting for the game to start back up.
Check 59. Mike is 59. Mike to 59.
He gets it out to about the 47-yard line.
That makes it 2nd and 2.
So it's 2nd down and about 2 yards to go.
4 down. Check 59. Mike is 59. Mike to 59.
Red 18.
He's at the 40. He's at the 30. He goes down at the 18-yard line. Perfectly run option keeper.
Not what you'd expect when you prepared all week to defend the option. But then again, give this offense some credit. These guys aren't exactly the scout team.
1st and 10. Let's see if they can build off that great run. He's in trouble. And a nice catch there before he stepped out of bounds.
That's good enough for another Michigan State. 1st down.
Let's go, D.
Check.
Check 59. Mike.
Got to be careful of a pass play with this defense.
Here we go. Check. 98 wins.
53.
Throws, and that one's going to hit the ground incomplete.
Coleman, the intended receiver on the play. That brings up 2nd and goal.
It's 2nd and goal. Ball on the 3.
Ready.
And he's tackled at the 3.
No good on the play. That makes it 3rd and goal.
Watch the curl. Check 59. Mike is 59.
Give to the tailback, and he's met in the backfield.
Loss of 3 on the play. That brings us 4th and goal.
Here we go, D. Hey, it's just me and you. Check 59.
Ready.
Mike.
Green
Mike is
95.
59. Mike is
Green.
59.
Finds the tight end over the middle. Touchdown. And the quarterback stays on the field as they try for the 2-point conversion.
I'm coming after you.
Ready.
Check 59.
Red 18.
They don't get it. He's got the 2. The Spartans taking their first time out of the half. Golden Gophers have to look at this somehow as a positive. Their star player had a great game. They just got to look the next week.
Yeah, it's tough anytime you lose a game to be positive, but if there is anything to be positive about, it's about that performance by this individual. He really did everything that he could do to try to win this football game. Unfortunately, the team ends up losing, but they can't build to the future around his abilities for sure.
Hi, everybody. Reese Davis with you, bringing you the EA Sports NCAA Football 14 pregame show presented by Nissan. Innovation that excites.
The Land Grant Trophy's up for grabs when these two teams go to battle in this relatively young rivalry. Hardy is on the field to kick this one off, and everyone in the stadium is ready for this game to get started. The quarterback brings his troops out onto the field for the first drive of the game. Nice run, and he's brought down. Bright gains about 5 yards on the run.
That brings him 2nd and 5.
We've got a 2nd and 5. Ball on the 30-yard line.
Here we go.
He's to the 40.
Very well-designed play that time to give them a first down. The linemen executed their blocks nicely, and it went for a good game.
Fires that quickly to the tailback. They completed it, but for a minimal gain.
It's not much, but at least it's positive yards.
That brings up 2nd and 9.
From their own 41-yard line. 2nd down. They'll bring him down at about the 41. Maybe a yard on the run by the tailback.
That'll make it 3rd and 9.
Tight end, nothing doing. And that one probably should have been picked off.
Yeah, are you kidding me? There's a blanket around that receiver. Somebody else had to be open.
Kaysen is back awaiting the punt. He punts this one high in the air. He gets out to about the 25-yard line. Penn State staff and their fans have heard all week long their quarterback's going to play terribly on the road. Their staff's got them. You never like to have to play from behind, but a deficit this manageable shouldn't be in the front of their minds. They just need to go out there and play. And he's taken down at the 33.
That's good for a gain of 8 yards. That makes it 2nd and 2.
It's 2nd down, and they're about 2 yards away from the sticks.
Here we go.
Nearly intercepted.
This quarterback has got to do a better job of looking off defenders. And allow his covered receivers some room to improvise and get free.
So it's 3rd down, and they've got about 2 yards to go.
Watch the screen. Hey, Mike 51, Mike 51.
Gets it out to his receiver in a hurry, and they get him in the backfield for a loss. That pass play goes nowhere.
This kid's just a sophomore. He'll learn how to break those short catches in the big games.
51, Mike. Mike 51.
Check, check. Omaha, Omaha. Let's go. Check, check. Big dog.
Throws quick to the receiver, and it falls incomplete. And they're going to get somebody for interference on that play. Let's see who the call is on.
Defense.
So with that penalty, they'll move the chains.
Man, that is frustrating for a defense when you think you've made a stop, and then a flag gives them a first down.
We've got a 1st and 10. Ball on the 39. yardage on that run.
Held a gain of 6 yards. That'll make it 2nd and 4.
Reset, cut right. Mike 51, Mike 51. Hey,
Ready!
calm down.
Green 95!
Takes it up the middle for a nice run.
It's a nice read by the quarterback to keep the ball and pick up some yardage.
Makes it 1st and 10.
First down, 10 to go. Ball on the 49-yard.
Down. Mike 51, Mike 51.
He's at the 40, and down he goes at the 35.
They're eating up a lot of field on this drive. I'm really impressed with their ball control.
Not a lot of offense in quarter number 1, but nonetheless, we've got a close game. 3-0, Penn State from the 35-yard line. It's first down.
Check, check! Eagle!
Check
Eagle!
99. Watch the safety creep.
Trying to get it to the tight end, but it falls to the ground.
Not a great throw by the quarterback, but to be fair, that was pretty good coverage.
That makes it 2nd and 10.
And we're back for more action here in quarter number 2.
Hey, watch that, watch that. Check Mike 54.
Here we go!
Tackled after a decent pickup.
Gain of 5 on the play. That'll bring up 3rd and 4.
So it's third down now, and they're going to need about 4.
Here we go, here we go. Hey, watch that, watch that. Check Mike 54. Mike 54.
Ready! Let's go!
He's tackled right around the 20. Tenth play of the drive. Caught by the tight end past the marker. Brought down at the 7-yard line.
That makes it 1st and goal.
First down, and they've got their eyes on that goal line. And they make the stop at the 6.
That's good for a gain of 1 yard. That brings him 2nd and goal.
This is the 12th play of this drive.
Ready! Red 68! Red 68!
He makes it to the 6-yard line.
No gain. That makes it 3rd and goal.
Big 3rd and goal. Can the defense stop him?
4 down, 4 down. Hey, watch that, watch that. Check Mike 54.
Let's go! Wide 80! Check, check! Big dog!
Check
Big!
99.
Throws to the receiver. Got it for the touchdown. And he converts the extra point. It was a 13-play, 75-yard drive, and a touchdown as a result.
Brad, I thought the offense did a really nice job of mixing up the play calling on that drive.
In a game that's this close, you can't afford to waste possessions. Michigan State is up 4. He airs it out. Almost picked off.
Boy, this is a great play by the safety to be able to be in a position to make this play, but he's got to be able to hold on to the football. You know, he's a big, physical, athletic guy, but you've got to be able to secure a football and make a big play when it presents itself.
Second down, 10 to go. Ball on the 43-yard line. He chucks it downfield. And he's got it. Going the other way now. That was a dangerous pass.
Well, he should have known better than to throw that football into coverage like that. You can't expect the receiver to come down with that ball.
Momentum swings have been fairly even. And with so little separation, this game can be drastically changed on just one or two plays.
Ready!
Slings it out, and it gets tipped.
The intended receiver on the play. That makes it 2nd and 10.
2nd down and 10 to go. Ball on the 38. He's going to try and scramble. Going deep. Throws complete. He's got room to work. The 10. He's taken down around the 2-yard line. And they get away with one thrown into coverage.
Boy, the quarterback very fortunate there. But I'll tell you, watching him in practice this week, this is something that they felt pretty confident to have some success with.
Touchdown, MSU.
I think the option down by the goal line is a great call. It puts so much pressure on the defense and allows the quarterback to have the decision to run it or pitch it. And this time it worked to perfection.
He makes the PAT. Set to go for another round. Michigan State holds a 4-point lead. He makes his way to about the 32. From their own 32-yard line. 1st down. Tackle made against the 49. So he keeps it, and he gets a big 1st down.
The quarterback made a very good decision here not to pitch. He saw a break in the defense and just hit it for a big gain.
He fights forward to about the 49.
Gain of 2 on the play. That makes it 2nd and 8.
Second and 8 coming up here. Ball on the 49. And it's the senior. Tackle at the 29-yard line. Takes it right and brought down right away.
No gain on the play. That makes it 2nd and 10.
So it's 2nd and 10. Ball on the 29. Halfback's got it on the quick throw. And he's tackled right around the 26-yard line.
Good for a gain of 3 yards. That'll bring up 3rd and 6.
Michigan State is up by 4.
Let's go! Green light!
Throws quickly, and it's almost intercepted.
Allen is the intended receiver on the play. That'll make it 4th and 6.
Hey, keep it up, keep it up. Hey, watch that, watch that.
Check, check! Box 2! 36, 36! 180!
Caught, open field. They'll bring him down around the 10-yard line. First down, 10 yards to go. Ball on the 10.
Ready! Right 80! Right 80!
He makes it out to maybe the 7-yard line.
That'll make it 2nd and 7.
Here's play number 10 on the drive.
Ready! Green 19! Green 19! Hut!
Brought down after a nice run up the middle.
Call it a gain of 4 yards. That makes it 3rd and 3.
It's the 11th play of the drive.
3 down. 51's Mike. Mike's 51.
Ready!
He goes up and gets it. It's a touchdown. He splits the uprights with the extra point. It was an 11-play, 81-yard drive, and the result, 7 points.
Brad, I thought that was a textbook drive. I thought they did it really.
Both teams are well aware that a score on this drive is going to create an almost insurmountable lead. This defense has really got to step it up and make a stop. Makes it out to about the 36. It's 1st and 10. Ball on their own 36. Gains his way to midfield. Up the middle for a nice gain.
That's good for a gain of 5 yards. That brings him 2nd and 5.
From the 45-yard line. 2nd down. Less than 3 minutes in the game.
Set! Wide 80! Wide
80! And he's level at the 47-yard line.
Those linebackers do a great job of stopping the run, but they need to be careful of the play-action pass. You can easily get fooled and give up some big yards through the air.
Here we go! Ready!
And he's taken down at the 28-yard line.
A quarterback's best friend is a receiver he can count on to catch the ball every time he drops back to pass.
From the 28-yard line. 1st down. Again, he'll get the call. Here he goes. Spectacular play, and now it's 1st and goal.
This is a team that knows when and how to attack on the ground. They have a very good sense for what plays will work when.
Touchdown, Michigan State. Well, that touchdown should just about ice this one. And he hits the PAT. Let's throw it out to Reese now for a studio update. this one comes to an end. Our final count in this game, 28-10, Spartans.
Hi, everybody. Reese Davis with you, bringing you the EA Sports NCAA Football 14 pregame show presented by Nissan. Innovation that excites.
Garrett has the ball set how he wants it, and we're just about ready to kick this game off, folks. He's to the 20. He gets out to about the 22-yard line. So here comes the offense taking the field for the first time today. They'll drop him for a loss.
Never really had a shot. They were on him almost as soon as he took the handoff.
From their own 20-yard line. Second down. Makes it to the 22-yard line. Fires across the middle, and they pick up the first down with a pass to the tight end.
It's easy to forget about the tight end sometimes coming off the line, but you always have to watch this guy because he's certainly capable of making big plays.
From their own 35-yard line, it's first down. Throws into coverage, just picked off. He's at the 40. And down he goes at the 31. The quarterback threw an interception on their last drive. Let's see if they can be more successful here.
This quarterback can make good passes. He just needs to focus on not forcing the ball to his receivers.
He fights forward to about the 26. Second and 9. Ball on the 26.
Well, the defense has to be very frustrated there. They did everything. They got to the quarterback. In fact, it looked like they had a chance to bring him down for the sack, and somehow he was able to throw the ball away.
And he's tackled right away.
He's a solid blocker, but as he showed right there on third down, he also has soft hands for a big guy.
From their own 45-yard line. First down. Has some daylight. Takes it up the middle for a nice run.
Call it a gain of 7 yards. That'll bring up 2nd and 3.
Man left, man left. 4 down, 4 down. Let's go, let's go. Hey, we got Mike, number 53. Mike, 53.
Brought down at the 46.
That's a gain of 2 on the play. That'll make it 3rd and 1.
It's third down, and this offense is about 3 feet away from that first down marker.
2 down. Mike 56, Mike 56.
He's tackled at the 37-yard line.
Well, that's the second time that this defense has given up a first down on third down. You work so hard as a defense to get an offense to third down. When you get them there, you've got to be able to have somebody step up and make a big play, whether it's a defensive tackle slipping through a block, a linebacker shooting a gap, a defender in the secondary that's able to make a play on a football. Somebody's got to make a play, and that's what winning. The difference between winning a football game and losing is how you play on third down.
First and 10. Ball on the 24. Nice run up the middle.
Gain of 4 yards. That makes it 2nd and 6.
This is the 9th play of this drive.
Double tight.
Here we go.
Bright off the left side. Tackled outside after a nice pickup. He gets 4, maybe 5 yards on the counter. Short yardage situation here. It's 3rd and 1.
2 down. Mike 56, Mike 56.
Throws it. Watch out. Oh, almost had a pick.
This unit has quick hands, and they showed it there by knocking away the pass.
Jones gets the carry. Decent run here, right side.
That's good for a gain of 7 yards. That makes it 1st and goal.
This is the 12th play of this drive.
2 down. Mike 56, Mike 56.
Set. Ryan 68. Check. Omaha.
Quick throw, incomplete, wanted his receiver. Oh, we had a pitcher's duel in that low-scoring first quarter. So the Badgers with a touchdown lead. And we welcome you back to the action here, just about set to start the second quarter.
2 down. 34, eyes on 34. Mike 56, Mike 56.
And they get nice yardage on that run.
Gain of 4 on the play. That makes it 3rd and goal.
And here's the 14th play of the drive. Almost intercepted there.
The intended receiver on the play. That brings us 4th and goal.
Let's go. Here we got Mike, number 53. Mike 53. Quad.
Set. Check. Regular.
Shit.
And they bring him down for a sack on the play. Big stop by the defense. There hasn't been too much daylight between these two teams. In games like this, some players try to press too much, and that can cause mistakes.
Here we go. Check. Regular.
Good open field tackle.
Gain of 15 yards. First down.
Two times.
decent run up the gut.
That's a gain of 7 on the play. That makes it 2nd and 2.
So it's 2nd down and about 2 yards to go.
3 down, 3 down. Mike 56, Mike 56.
And he carries the ball for a nice gain.
That's good for a gain of 4 yards. 1st down.
Right and left, right and left. 4 down, 4 down. Let's go, let's go. Hey, we got Mike, number 53.
Righty,
Quick pass. Tackle made at the 14-yard line.
He's with the tackle at the 14-yard line. That makes it 1st and 10.
1st and 10. Ball on the 14-yard line. They failed out here the last 2 times.
Here we go.
And he makes it out to about the 14-yard line. And the tailback's going nowhere on that counter.
Brings up 2nd and 9.
Mike 56, Mike 56.
Ready.
Throws and it's knocked away.
Well, you want to do everything you can to keep the ball out of the hands of these receivers. So that was a really good effort.
Man left, man left.
3rd and 9. Ball on the 14.
3 down, 3 down. Let's go, let's go.
Check, check. Thunder.
The defense didn't stop the pass, but they stopped him short of the sticks.
And that's the important thing here. Allow him to make the catch, but make sure you tackle him before he gets to the 1st down marker.
Let's go, let's go. Hey, we got Mike, number 53. Mike
Set.
53.
Lighting. Check, check. Hammerhead. Hammerhead.
And they make the stop at the 1.
Gain of 7 on the play. That makes it 1st and goal.
It's the 9th play of the drive.
Let's go, let's go. Hey, we got Mike, number 53. Mike 53.
Here we go. 19. Right. 18.
He's taken down just outside the goal line.
Gain of 1 on the play. That brings up 2nd and goal.
And this is the 10th play of the drive.
Tight left. 3 down, 3 down. Mike 56, Mike 56.
Line 80. Wide. 80.
Touchdown, MSU. And that was a perfectly executed play there by the offense.
Yeah, the option is so tough to defend, especially right near the goal line.
The extra point to tie this game up. And he tacks on the extra point. Let's go to the studio for this Reese Davis update.
Time to get you up to date on what's happening in Bloomington. The Nittany Lions have the perfect connection and a touchdown. The Nittany Lions are on top, 21-14.
And for Michigan State, they played the Nittany Lions last week. They went for it on 4th down on their last possession and weren't successful.
And this offense comes out on the field again after being stopped on downs the last time out. And not only does that affect them in a negative way, but you know what it does is it gives this defense that they're facing a ton of confidence and a lot of momentum as they come back out on the field.
That makes it 2nd and 10.
The offense ready for the first play of this drive. They moved the ball extremely well on their last possession on their way to the end zone.
Well, it's one thing to have speed. It's another thing to have an idea of what you're doing and how to attack a defense. And right now, these wide receivers clearly have done an outstanding job of being able to make their reads and getting out of their breaks, and the quarterback put the ball right on the money.
That makes it 2nd and 6.
We played a half of football. We get a tie game at 7-7. A lot of times you'll see teams start to clench up a little bit when games stay close well into the second half. You need to stay loose, keep doing what you've been doing all week in practice, and execute when it's time. Tackle at the 34. This deficit can be easily overcome, sure, but they have to be thinking if they don't get something going on this series, the burden is going to be felt by their defense. Makes it out to about the 33.
Called a gain of 8 yards. That makes it 2nd and 2.
It's 2nd down, and they're about 2 yards away from the sticks. He's at midfield. Inside the 30. And he's taken down at the 16. So they pick up big yards on the option keeper.
I thought he was going to break that one for a touchdown. You couldn't draw that up any better.
First down and 10 to go after the big gain on the run.
3 down, 3 down. Let's go, let's go. Hey, we got Mike, number 53.
He makes it to the 15-yard line.
That's a gain of 1 play. That makes it 2nd and 10.
That quickly incomplete.
The ball was underthrown. It was a good read. He just needs to find his rhythm back there and step and throw the football.
It's 3rd down and 10. Ball on the 15-yard line.
3 down, 3 down. Let's go, let's go. Hey, we got Mike, number 53.
Strike to his receiver, no good. He gets it up, and the field goal is good. Let's throw it out to Reese now for a studio update. Welcome back to the action. 4th quarter. This one will decide it. Tight ball game through 3. Both teams realize that when the ball is snapped, we're 1 play away from a very different ball game. Completes it across the middle, and he's tackled at the 40-yard line.
First down.
From their own 40-yard line. First down.
3 down, 3 down. Let's go, let's go. Hey, we got Mike, number 53. Mike, 53.
He's at midfield. They'll bring him down at the 45.
Called a gain of 15 yards. That makes it 1st and 10.
Double tight, double tight. 3 down, 3 down. Mike 56, Mike 56.
Ready. Green on pass.
Quick throw, almost intercepted.
That makes it 2nd and 10.
From the 45-yard line. 2nd down. Tackled after a decent pickup.
That's a gain of 6 on the play. That'll bring up 3rd and 4.
He makes it out to maybe the 36-yard line. Well, they tried to keep it on the ground for the 1st down.
You know, Brad, here the defense just steps up and makes a play, stopping them and bringing up 4th down.
Brought down after a nice run up the middle.
Call it a gain of 4 yards. 1st down.
It's 1st and 10. Ball on the 32.
Watch the slant. Mike 56. Mike 56.
Let's go.
Quick strike, and he drops it.
This quarterback has got to do a better job of looking off defenders and allow his covered receivers some room to improvise and get free.
Here's the 8th play of the series.
Mike 56. Mike 56.
Takes a handoff. Tackled for a loss. Third down now, and they need to get it to the 22. Nearly intercepted. Just under 3 to go in regulation. Dangerous throw. This one's picked off. Oh, no, they really didn't need that.
And as a quarterback, you can't give up an interception late in the game. You got to be more careful with the football.
You know this is a real crucial time in the game. It could still go either way.
Let's go. Pick it up.
Check, check. Box 2. 36.
He chucks it downfield. Incomplete. Almost picked off.
Coleman, the intended receiver on the play. That makes it 2nd and 10.
2nd down and 10 to go. Ball on the 20-yard line.
98 Weasel. Set.
Ball.
Fires out to his receiver. And down he goes at the 27-yard line.
3rd down.
Well, that's just a huge stop right there here late in the 4th quarter in a game this tight. That might be one we look back on later and say that won the ball game.
Let's go. Here we got Mike, number 53. Mike 53.
Wants to go long and does. So a 4th down stop there late in the 4th quarter, and that should do it. And they'll take over on downs. And the defense made a big stop on 4th down the last time this offense was out there.
Nothing can impact an offense more negatively than being stopped on a series of downs. And that's what happened to this offense the last time they were out. It's not just the quarterback's job to try to get this offense going. I think it starts up front with the veteran offensive line. See what kind of leadership they have to try to change this thing around.
Check, check. Thunder.
Zips it out, and it's the tight end again. He's tackled around the 43-yard line.
I like it. They're not afraid to try this defense over the middle. The quarterback saw man coverage and gave his receiver a chance to make a play. They picked up the first down. I wouldn't be surprised to see them come back to that play.
Gets it out quickly, and he's hit immediately. Wisconsin staff just dancing on the sideline. Their star player came through for them, and they couldn't be happy.
Well, the staff has to feel good. The entire team should feel good. And I know you and I just having the chance to sit back and watch this young man play. Just an outstanding performance and something that this entire team will be able to build on.
The Paul Bunyan Governor of Michigan Trophy takes center stage in today's football contest. Both teams are lining up for the kickoff, and we're just about set to get this one underway. He's to the 20. Tackle at the 25-yard line. The Spartans right now, Kirk, I think they've just got to play within themselves. Sometimes you get at home and you get just a little bit too fired up at the beginning of a game.
I agree with you. I think sometimes there's a tendency for certain teams to press a little bit because they're trying so hard to keep this home crowd in the game, and they've been waiting all week, and they're so excited. Sometimes you force a play. Let's let the play naturally come to you and react to it. So we'll see if this team playing at home jumps the gun a little bit, or if they just let the game come to them.
7 yards there on that bit of misdirection. Second down, and they're going to need about 3 yards to pick up the first down.
3 down. Mike's 50, Mike's 50. Here we go.
Up the middle for a nice gain. They'll get a first down there on the play with the run from the tailback.
Good running and a strong push to get into the second level of that defense.
As a man, he'll lose big yards. That's a 7-yard loss.
Well, that's just a sound play by the defense. They dropped him well short of the line of scrimmage.
From their own 31-yard line, it's second down.
Ready! Green 95! Green 95!
Takes it up the middle for a nice run. So he holds on to it and gets a good 5 yards.
That brings up 3rd and 12.
Defense wins championships, baby. Mike's 50, Mike's 50, Mike's 50.
Here we go!
Tackle made right around the 46-yard line. Complete across the middle. Well, they get all those yards, but come up just shy of the first.
Good play call, almost perfect execution, except for the fact that they're not going to get the first down.
Brought down around the 47-yard line, and the defense comes through.
The offense tried to run right by him with the counter play, but the defense was there to make the stop. Great hold. Guys.
And so far, it's been totally even. In close games like this, every possession is likely to matter.
Mike's 50, Mike's 50.
Ready!
Runs outside for a nice gain.
Gaining 5 on the way. That brings him 2nd and 5.
2nd and 5 coming up here. Ball on their own 25.
Set! Rag! 68! Rag!
And they make the stop at the 35. They go with the option and pick up the first down.
Yeah, and that was a situation where the quarterback knew he could pick up the first down if he kept it himself. That's a good decision.
Two times. Mike 50, Mike 50.
Here we go!
Gets out to around the 45.
That'll make it 2nd and inches.
So it's 2nd down, and they're only about a foot away from picking up the first down. That's a great tackle at the 38.
Loss of 7 yards on the play. That makes it 3rd and 7.
Man left. Four down. Mike 56, Mike 56.
Check! Hammer ready!
And he's level at the 48-yard line.
Well, this is a really risky call by the defense. When you send both your corners, you leave yourself vulnerable to some passes downfield if those guys don't get to the quarterback in time.
Set! Green 88!
Nice gain as he works the right side.
That'll bring up 2nd and 3.
They need about 3 yards to get the first here on 2nd down.
Three down.
Ready! Green 19!
He's taken down at the 34-yard line. And this play is number 8 on the drive.
Here we go!
Fumble! Picks up the fumble. So after the mishap, we've got first down going the other way.
And you'll see this from a playmaker. He tried to do a little bit extra and ended up losing the ball. It's a nice play by the defense to recover that ball.
After review of the play, the ruling on the field is reversed.
So after some discussion, the call on the field is reversed. From the 18-yard line, it's first down.
Three down. Hey, Mike's 50, Mike's 50.
So at the end of one quarter, still no score. Back to the action here in the second quarter. It's been a good one and a tight one at this point.
Three down.
Let's go!
He makes it to the 18-yard line.
That makes it 2nd and 10.
It's 2nd and 10. Ball on the 18-yard line.
Check! 98 Weasel! 98 Weasel! Let's go! Check! Big dog!
Tackle around the 10-yard line.
Ready! Green 19! Green!
Nice run up the middle.
That makes it 1st and goal.
It's first down, and they'll be looking for 6 points here.
Mike 56,
And he makes it out to about the 5-yard line.
Gain of 1 on the play. That brings up second and goal.
Double tight, guys, double tight. 3 down. Hey, alert.
Let's go.
And he's immediately tackled.
That makes it third and goal.
The defense backed up into their own end zone. It's 3rd and goal from the 1. Got to be careful of a pass play with this defense.
Set. Ryan, 68. Ryan, 68.
Touchdown, Michigan State. And he hits the PAT. So a 13-play, 65-yard drive, and they put up 7 points. In a game that's this close, you can't afford to waste possessions. Michigan State is up 7. Taken down at the 36. There was a defender right in his face that time.
Yeah, but great concentration by the receiver to come away with this ball. Nice job.
First down, 10 yards to go. Ball on the 36.
Ready. Green 19.
And he hits him hard at the 45-yard line.
Smith makes the tackle at the 45-yard line. That brings up second and 1.
Hey, D-line, let's get in there, huh? Hey, check Mike 15. Mike is 15, check Mike 15.
Ready. Check. Eagle.
And he's tackled at the 39.
Gain of 16.
Not over here. Not over here.
First and 10. Ball on the 39-yard line.
Get on, baby.
Check. Ready.
Gets it out to his receiver in a hurry. They'll bring him down at the 21-yard line.
He is such a reliable target. You throw it anywhere near him, and this guy's going to get his hands on it to make a catch.
Hey, Mike's 50. Take it up.
Quick throw, tight end, touchdown.
These guys need to be aware this aerial attack is capable of making some big plays. They've got to get on their toes.
And he adds the extra point. A 5-play, 81-yard drive, and they get it in for 7.
Brad, I love these kind of drives. They're old school, grind it out and earn the yards and just rip. I think this defense right now needs somebody to try to lift up their spirits. They seem to really be just out there kind of going through the motions. And I think the last time they were out there when they gave up such a long drive has had an impact and an effect negatively on the psyche of this defense.
They'll make the sack.
Sometimes it's just a relentless pass rush that results in a sack. That's what happened there.
Make it second and long.
They find themselves in a hole here after that sack. It's second and long.
Regular. Ready. Line 80. White. 80.
We've played a half of football here. Michigan State's lead is 2 touchdowns. Here comes the offense as they look to find the end zone yet again.
Let's get this ball back for the offense. Let's go.
Michigan State up 7 points. Gains his way to the 33-yard line.
That makes it 2nd and 2.
So it's 2nd down and about 2 yards to go.
Mike's 50, Mike's 50.
You better bring it. You better bring it.
Here we go.
Big opening. Tackled after a decent pickup.
The quarterback held on to it and turned it into a first down. That's very frustrating for this defense.
Mike's 50, Mike's 50.
And they got to him before he could get back to the line. They'll lose a yard on that quarterback keeper.
That'll bring up 2nd and 12.
It's 2nd and 12. Ball on the 39. They line up in the jumbo set.
Ready.
Gets to about the 41-yard line.
Gain of 2 yards. That brings up 3rd and 10.
Larry. See it out.
Mike's 50, Mike's 50, Mike's 50. I'm going to run you over. I'm going to
Set.
run you over.
Rose intercept. No, he dropped it.
How did he drop that? The defender did everything that he needs to do. He read the play perfectly. He stepped up, and what does he do? He drops the interception. Boy, the offense caught a break there.
Dixon is back awaiting the punt. He gets it away, and this is a really nice punt. This punt goes over the goal line, and this will be a touchback. This is when things get a little prickly. You need your playmakers to really come through here. Gains his way to the 36-yard line. From their own 36-yard line. First down.
Mike's 50, Mike's 50. Here we go. Wide 80. Wide
80. And down he goes at the 35-yard line.
That is a loss of 1 yard on the play. That makes it 2nd and 10.
2nd down and 10 to go. Ball on the 35-yard line.
Mike's 50. Check. Eagle. Let's go. Check. Big dog.
Throws complete. He's hammered.
That'll bring up 3rd and 4.
They're about 4 yards away here on 3rd down.
Ready. Check. Stingray.
He's rolling right. Fires incomplete. He was looking for the tight end.
Clemson was the intended receiver on the play. 4th down.
3 down. Ain't no looking up. Hey, we got Mike 50, huh?
Ready. Red 68. Red 68. Check. 98 Weasel. 98 Weasel. Set. Green 9. Check. Spider. Slam. Check 3.
On the throw, incomplete pass. There's a missed opportunity by the offense. You know this is a real crucial time in the game. It could still go either way. Just over 2 minutes in the game.
Here we go.
Makes it out to about the 29. There's a player down. I'm not sure what happened.
That brings him second and 1.
Short yardage situation here. It's 2nd down and 1.
Roger. Mike 56, Mike 56.
Ready.
And he is drilled at the 22-yard line. And for Jack, that sack was his 5th of the year.
I'll tell you what, this guy seems to give maximum effort on every play. He is so hard to keep off the quarterback.
Thunder. Thunder.
He's checking. Crash.
Set. Wide 80.
Pulls it in. 1st down, and he's knocked out of bounds. We've got a 1st and 10. Ball on the 41. Throws it, and it's tipped away.
His receiver didn't have much of a chance to make a play on the ball, so credit the defender for breaking it up.
Second and 10.
Mike 56, Mike 56.
Here we go.
Completes it across the middle. He's tackled at the 39-yard line.
Mike 56.
Ready. Red 68. Red 68. Check. On the hole.
Makes the 1st down catch. Tackle made at the 19.
Mike 56, Mike.
A little over a minute in the game.
Ready.
Touchdown! And now they're winning this ball game. The Spartans knew they had a star quarterback. He came through for them in the clutch.
And this defense knows how good this quarterback is. In fact, that's why they decided to try to get as much pressure on him as they could. They weren't able to get home, leaving him plenty of time to make the throw, and he delivered when he needed to.
Well, this sets up the drama here in the 4th quarter. They've got the opportunity they've been looking for, an opportunity to take the lead and the win. Fires quick out to the receiver, and he can't make the grab.
I know this quarterback trusts his arm and his receivers, but he's got to know when not to throw the ball. He didn't have any room at all, and he's lucky it wasn't intercepted.
Let's go deep.
From their own 25-yard line. 2nd down. Brought down at the 42. Throws quickly, and it's almost intercepted.
Allen is the intended receiver of the play. That makes it 2nd and 10.
So it's 2nd and 10. Ball on their own 42. One last play, folks. It's time to find out how far he can throw it and see if this game becomes one of the all-time greatest. Here we go. And they make the stop around the 47-yard line. Another catch, and he's up to 100 yards now.
He poses a lot of problems for defenses with his size and skill, and he's really come through with his receiving today.
Kicks up, and it's no good. It lands short. And watch out, because they can return this. And he tackles him hard at the 25. Flag on the play. Let's see what it is.
Personal foul. Clipping. Offense. Still first down.
And the ball game's over. The Wolverines come out on top. 24-21.
24, and the Spartans. 21.
Just north of Chicago on Lake Michigan. We're at Ryan Field, getting set to bring you what should be a great football game. Benson is lined up and just about ready to send this one off as we're ready to get this game underway. He kicks it off, and he got all of that one. And it goes into the end zone, down for a touchback. The Spartans' offense basically predicated on what this kid can do.
The thing I love about this guy, Brad, is just the intangibles that he brings to the table. We've been seeing this guy make plays over the weeks, but the thing that I've really recognized is his ability to really lead this football team. When things are going well, he's patting everybody on the back. When things are not going well, he's trying to pick them back up and getting them ready to go. So not only does he physically have the tools, but also I really love the way he approaches the game.
The running back gets 2 on the carry.
If it's any consolation, he did pick up some positive yards, but I doubt that's enough to make him forget the hit that he just took.
It's second down, 8 to go. Ball on their own 27. He's taken down right around the 26-yard line.
Never really had a shot. They were on him almost as soon as he took the handoff.
At the 36-yard line.
Tight ends can really be a wild card in any offense. Sometimes the defense are a little bit confused on how to handle them.
Double tight, guys, double tight.
First down, 10 to go. Ball on the 36-yard line.
Here we go.
Nice run there. Jones picks up about 7 yards on the run.
That'll bring up second and 3.
To the halfback. So it's third down, and they're just inches away from picking up the first down. Tackle right around the 48-yard line. The defense is having a difficult time stopping this drive.
Right now, they're doing enough to be in situations they want to be in, but they have to finish the job. And the plays start to add up, so we'll have to see if this defense starts to look tired out there.
Good outside run there. A 5-yard pickup by the halfback on the misdirection.
That'll make it second and 4.
And this is the 8th play of the drive.
That play was over before it got started. That was just a case of the offensive line getting beat at the snap of the ball.
Third down now, and they need to get it inside the 42. Here's to his receiver, first down. And he's taken down at the 31-yard line. The Spartans have a lot at stake here, including some possible record-breaking performances. Records and stats are great, but I think to a man, these players say, let's win the game first, and then any accolades we get along with it, that'd be great. This is the 10th play of this drive. Into the tailback, and he's met in the backfield.
I'd look for this offense to go back to some more straightforward between the tackles running. They want to win this thing in the trenches.
From the 35-yard line, it's second down. Nice run up the middle.
Call it a gain of 4 yards. That brings us 3rd and 10.
Here's the 12th play of the drive. Going to go across the middle, caught, and he's tackled at the 21-yard line.
This guy is one of the most reliable receivers around. They needed a big play on 3rd down, and he got it for him.
From the 21-yard line, it's first down. And they get nice yardage on that run. 5 yards there for the quarterback.
That brings him 2nd and 5.
And here's the 14th play of the drive. Tackle after a decent run up the gut.
That's a gain of 6 on the play. That makes it 1st and goal.
It's first down, and they'll be looking for 6 points here. Good shot. The defender tips it away.
That's the definition of a shutdown corner there. It's very difficult to complete passes against this guy.
And this is the 16th play of the drive. They'll bring him down around the 2-yard line.
Call it a gain of 8 yards. That makes it 3rd and goal.
Man left, man left.
We've played one. No score here. They're crowding the line. And down he goes at the 1. The halfback gets the toss and picks up 2. It's 4th down, and they're going to try to go for it. All the big boys are on the field now. Both teams have their big sets out there. Touchdown, MSU. Nice run and a score by the halfback.
And a nice call by the coach there. Just give it to your main man anytime you're near the goal line.
Boy, that took some second effort against that goal line defense. And he hits the PAT. Let's go to the studio for this week. In a game that's this close, you can't afford to waste possessions. Michigan State up 7 points. Gains his way to the 26-yard line. From their own 26-yard line. First down. Makes it out to about the 36.
That'll make it second and inches.
Fires out quickly to the tailback. He's tackled at about the 41.
Gaining 5 on the play. First down.
From their own 41-yard line. First down.
Check, check. Eagle. Eagle. Ready. 180. Check, check. Hammerhead.
Fires out to his receiver. And he's immediately tackled.
Takes the tackle at the 50-yard line. That brings up second and 1.
Double tight, guys, double tight. Two down. Like 50, like 50.
Set. 180.
Brought down after a nice run up the middle.
That's good for a gain of 4 yards. First down.
First down, 10 yards to go. Ball on the 46-yard line.
Here we go.
Now he tries to buy some time. He's got to throw it in a hurry. What a pick. And he has it on the corner. Not a good decision there. Why'd he even throw that pass?
Well, it's a good job by the corner of sitting back and reading the quarterback.
You know the offense will be looking to do better this time out.
So much in football is about how you respond to adversity. Moving forward after a turnover is a perfect example of that.
There's the strike complete, and he's tackled right away. And a nice pickup there.
I'll tell you what, the defense gambled a bit here and came with the blitz, and the quarterback showed tremendous poise by making a good read and delivered a nice ball to the open man.
Michigan State is up by a touchdown.
Great job by the defense at getting after that quarterback. And right now, I think they've got him with some happy feet. He appears to be a bit rattled.
Second down and 10 to go. Ball on the 44-yard line.
Roger, Roger. Let's go, Mike 50, Mike 50.
Ready.
Hey, we gotta get
180.
He's hit and taken down.
I'll tell you something. I'm loving this quarterback's confidence more and more as this game goes on. He's really throwing the ball with some purpose.
Reset, cut right. Hey, check Mike 50. Mike 50.
Check, check. Regular, regular, regular. Ready.
Zipped it out, and that was almost picked off.
That was a nice play. Anything you can do without being penalized to prevent the offense from moving forward is always a plus.
Check, check.
From the 26-yard line.
Snake eye.
Second down.
Ready.
Quick throw, and he's hit immediately.
That's a gain of 10 on the play. First down.
Mike 50, Mike 50. Check.
Ready.
Tackled for a loss. Michigan State's going to have to use their second time out of the half.
The defense had that one called perfectly. That's a big play on that loss.
Check, check.
It's second down now and 14 to go. Ball on the 20.
Let's go.
And he hits him hard at the 11.
Gain of 9 yards. That'll make it 3rd and 5.
Double tight. Double tight.
Check, check.
Michigan State is up a score.
Snyder. Let's go.
Throws quickly into the end zone. Caught for the touchdown.
You got to give each of these guys credit for getting in sync, really fighting to create that touchdown.
And he converts the extra point. Let's get the latest now from Reese Davis. We're about set to start things up again. Tackled after a decent pickup.
That's good for a gain of 5 yards. That'll make it second and
They're about 4 yards away here on second down.
Here we go. Flag 68.
Goes a laser across the middle. Tackle made at the 49-yard line.
Check, check. Stingray. Stingray. Ready. Check, check. Stingray. Stingray.
Quick out to his receiver. He's at the 40. Brought down at the 20-yard line.
I'd go right back to him. He's got the skills to make things happen, and the defense might not be able to keep up at this moment.
From the 20-yard line, it's first down.
Mike's 50, Mike's 50.
Set. Wide 80. Wide.
He gets out to about the 11-yard line.
held a gain of 9 yards. That brings up second and 9.
Tight, double tight. Double tight. Three down.
My set. 180. Wide.
And they make the stop at the 14-yard line.
We'll give the defense all the credit here. They had that one snuffed out from the start. It could have been an even bigger loss.
And they'll look to convert here on another third down.
Mike 50, Mike 50.
Check, check. Spider. Ready.
They couldn't get the first down.
Well, here they were hoping to get a few extra yards after the catch. Give the defense credit. They held him short.
Set. Wide 80. Wide 80.
And that sets them up with a first and goal.
A gain of 10 yards. That makes it first and goal.
Here's the 8th play of the series. And the goal line defense digging in here.
Spider. Spider. Let's go. Check, check. Regular.
End zone touchdown. Nice catch and throw for the touchdown.
That's a perfectly designed play. The defense forgot all about the tight end there.
He makes the PAT. Let's check in with Reese Davis in the studio. Their last drive ended with a touchdown. Let's see what happens on this possession.
Well, I think this defense has got to do something because right now the quarterback is in such a good rhythm that you've got to do something to try to get him out of it. I would suggest trying to bring more pressure. Try to come up with an exotic blitz look to try to get him on his heels as opposed to being the aggressor and attacking the defense.
It's second down, and they're about 2 yards away from the sticks.
Here we go. Green 19. Green 19.
That's 3 down and 1 to go. The Spartans lead it by 2 touchdowns. Into the fourth quarter now, and we're back to the action. At the 30, to the 20, to the 10. Touchdown, Michigan State. That score puts him in the driver's seat right now offensively. The question is, can the defense hold on here in the fourth quarter? And he adds the extra point. A short 2-play, 75-yard drive. And they come away with 7. And so that's going to do it. Our final score in this one, 28-7, Michigan State.
Hi, everybody. Reese Davis with you, bringing you the EA Sports NCAA Football 14 pregame show presented by Nissan. Innovation that excites.
Iowa lines up to kick this one off, and we're just about set to get underway. Jones fields it at the 1. Looking for the corner. The 50. Inside the 30. The 10. And he's all the way in for the touchdown. What a big-time return for that young man. He splits the uprights with the extra point. Here's an update from the studio and Reese Davis. They'll take over here, ready to start a new series. Michigan State is up 7. Takes it up the middle for a nice run. Jones gains around 6 yards on the run. From their own 37-yard line, it's second down.
Never really had a shot. They were on him almost as soon as he took the handoff.
fires out to his wideout, and he tackles him hard at the 48-yard line.
This guy is one of the most reliable receivers around. They needed a big play on third down, and he got it for them.
From the 48-yard line, first down. Nice run up the middle.
Gain of 6 on the play. That'll bring up 2nd and 3.
Mike 35, Mike 35. Set.
And they get nice yardage on that run. They'll pick up a first down with that run from the halfback.
This young man ran with some purpose there and picked up 6 yards.
It's 1st and 10. Ball on the 36.
3 down. 35's the Mike. Set. Green 95.
Has some daylight. Tackled after a decent run up the gut. A nice 7-yard gain on the option keeper.
That'll bring up 2nd and 3.
Double tight. 3 down. Mike 35, Mike 35.
They'll bring him down at the 26-yard line.
What is going on with his defense? I mean, don't get me wrong. The offense is doing a nice job with first downs, and they're executing well, but the defense is just letting them maintain possession and move the ball right down the field. They've got to try to change things up with their scheme. Be more aggressive, attack, do some things to change it up, take some risks.
Michigan State up 7 points.
Check. Stand ready.
Fires a bullet over the middle. Tipped away.
He was able to just tip that one away, right out of the receiver's reach.
They're going to go no huddle here. Pretty interesting early tactic. Probably want to see how this defense responds to it.
Box 2. Check. Box 2. Ready.
Caught, and that's a first down. A good pickup there.
Woo, he better be careful. Let me tell you, his throw had to be perfect, and it was. Good coverage by the defense that time, but sometimes that's not good enough.
We've got a 1st and 10. Ball on the 13-yard line.
Let's go. Red 18. Red 18.
Up the middle for a nice gain. The tailback picks up 6 there on the misdirection.
That'll make it 2nd and 4.
And this is the 11th play of the current drive.
Double tight. 3 down.
Set. Green 19.
And he carries the ball for a nice gain.
That's a gain of 4 on the play. That makes it 1st and goal.
1st and goal from the 3. Let's see if they can muscle this one in.
Check.
Got to be careful of a pass play with this defense.
Mike 35.
Set. Red 6. Check. Snake on.
On the pass, touchdown. He stepped up and threw a touchdown pass to his wideout.
Yep, good job of protection, and the quarterback spotted his man.
And he hits the PAT. Reese Davis is standing by with this update. Reese? They ran the ball very well on their last drive, and it resulted in 6.
3 down. 35's the Mike. Crash.
Almost intercepted there. 2nd down, 10 yards to go. Ball on the 34-yard line.
Mike 35.
Here we go. Green 19.
Gets to about the 37-yard line. And we've reached the end of the first quarter. Michigan State's in front by 14. And we're back for more action here in quarter number 2.
3 down. 35's the Mike.
Ready.
Oh, great catch. And And he's level at the 50.
Gain of 13 on the play. First down.
First down, 10 to go. Ball on the 50-yard line.
Three down. Mike 35, Mike 35.
Here we go.
He's taken down around the 47-yard line.
That's good for gaining 3 yards. That makes it 2nd and 8.
Two times. Three down. 35 to Mike.
Check. Omaha.
Zips it to the tight end. And he's taken down at the 33.
He showed some excellent moves out there, more than you usually expect from a tight end. That was a big gain, and this offense keeps humming along.
First and 10. Ball on the 33.
Three down. Mike 35, Mike 35.
Ready. 980.
And he's going to lose big yardage. He's tackled immediately after the catch. 7-yard loss on the play.
This defense is fast enough that they can create negative yards on completed passes. So the offense might want to consider that next time they try that play.
Three down. 45 to Mike.
Let's go.
Gets it off as he's hit. Complete. And down he goes at the 8.
Carroll runs him down at the 8-yard line. That makes it 1st and goal.
And this is the 8th play of the drive.
Three down. Mike 35, Mike 35.
Throws it. Watch out. Oh, almost had a pick.
Terrific coverage, and when you clog up passing lanes like that, you could force a quarterback to make some poor decisions. Almost got themselves a turnover, too.
Check. Omaha.
From the 8-yard line. It's 2nd down.
Check. Hammerhead.
Fires quick out to the receiver, and he can't make the grab.
Incomplete. Coleman, the intended receiver on the play. That makes it
This is the 10th play of this drive.
Let's go, D. Let's go. Mike 35, Mike 35.
Check. Snake eye.
Throws, and he's got a man. Touchdown. And he tacks on the extra point. So a 10-play, 66-yard drive, and that's good for a touchdown. You think about the challenges these two teams are facing. On one side, you've got to find a way to keep building on your lead, and on the other side, you've got to find a way to get back in it. And he's immediately tackled.
Sullivan on the tackle at the 33-yard line. That makes it 2nd and 2.
So it's 2nd down and about 2 yards to go.
Three down.
They line up in the jumbo set.
Mike 35.
Here we go.
Nice run, and he's brought down.
Gain of 7 on the play. First down.
Tight left. Three down. 35 to Mike.
Ready.
Tackle around the 32-yard line.
First down.
We gotta get the ball.
From the 32-yard line. First down.
Mike 35, Mike 35.
Here we go.
Scrambling around. He's under pressure. It's intercepted. A well-timed interception there.
Well, they're still down by a couple of scores, but the turnover certainly helps their chances. If they score on this drive, they're right back in the game.
And the offense will take the field, and they're certainly hoping to do better than they did in their last drive, which ended with a turnover.
And I don't think this defense will lay down lightly. They're going to try to continue to rattle this guy.
Strike to his receiver, no good. A little too much juice on that one.
And this quarterback sometimes gets a little bit too excited back there and tries to put too much on it. He's got to relax and just make a good throw.
Man left, man left.
From their own 38-yard line. Second down.
Mike 35, Mike 35. Set.
Tries to thread the needle, and it's not going to work. Tackle made at the 46.
That's exactly what they needed, Brad. Somehow to get the football.
Now's when you start to approach each drive thinking that if you take the lead, then the momentum you gain feels that much more powerful. Tackled after a decent pickup.
Gaining 4 on the play. That makes it 2nd and 6.
From their own 29-yard line. Second down.
Three down. Mike 35, Mike 35. Let's go, hurry up.
Brought down around the 30-yard line.
That's good for a gain of 1 yard. That'll make it 35.
All day, baby, all day. 35's the mic. Set.
There's a strike complete, and they make the stop at about the 45.
With the tackle at the 45-yard line. That makes it 1st and 10.
From their own 45-yard line. It's first down.
Mike 35, Mike 35. Ready.
Makes it to the 47.
That's a gain of 8 on the play. That makes it 2nd and 2.
Tight left, tight left. Three down, 35's the mic. Set. Green 9.
Got the corner. He's tackled at about the 33-yard line.
All gain of 14 yards.
First down, 10 yards to go. Ball on the 33-yard line.
Three down. Mike 35, Mike 35. Let's go.
And he's tackled around the 35-yard line.
Loss of 2 on the play. That'll bring up 2nd and 12.
Double tight. Three down. Check. 35's the mic. Hammerhead. Set. Line it. Check. Box two.
Nearly intercepted.
Allen, the intended receiver on the play. That brings up 3rd and 12.
This is the 8th play of this drive.
Three down. Mike 35, Mike 35.
Throws into coverage, just picked off. The offense comes out to start this drive, and they're hoping for a better result as they threw a pick on their last possession.
Anytime you give the ball away, it's a disappointment. So these guys want to show that they can hang on to it.
Nice run to the left there.
Gain of 5 on the play. That makes it 2nd and 6.
From their own 23-yard line. Second down. Quick out to his receiver. They'll bring him down around the 45-yard line.
That's good for a gain of 32 yards. First down.
Double tight. Three down.
So with 1 quarter remaining, 21-21 ball game. Into the 4th quarter now, and we're back to the action.
Watch the screen. Watch the screen. Mike 35. Mike 35. Ready.
Let's go. Side of the ball. Let's hustle up.
Now he's scrambling. He gets hit out of bounds at the 35-yard line. From the 35-yard line. First down.
3 down. 3 down. 35's the right.
Set. Green 95. Green 95.
Brought down in the open field.
That's good for a gain of 10 yards. That'll make it 2nd and inches.
Tight left. 3 down. 3 down. Mike 35. Mike 35.
He's hit and taken down. And a quick throw. Allen gets him about 3 yards with a completion.
Good look there from the quarterback, dumping it off and coming away with a new set of downs.
When you've got a quarterback making throws that quickly, the defense doesn't have a lot of time to react to the play.
Let's go. Green 9.
He tackles him for a loss.
Well, these days, you've got safeties playing up close to the line of scrimmage, almost like a 4th linebacker. The only way that you can keep them from cheating up is to take some chances downfield.
It's 2nd and 10. Ball on the 22.
Mike 35. Mike 35.
Let's go. 180. One.
And he makes it out to about the 21-yard line. Pickup of a yard for the tailback.
That'll make it 3rd and 8.
And this play is number 8 on the drive.
There's very good chemistry between these two. They like to run through all their routes before the game. And I have to say, they look sharp before this one even started.
1st and 10. Ball on the 11.
3 down. 3 down.
Just under 3 to go in regulation.
Let's go. 180. 180.
Takes it up the middle for a nice run. He gets 4, maybe 5 yards on the counter.
That brings him 2nd and 5.
2nd and 5. Ball on the 6.
3 down. 3 down. 35's the right.
Let's go. Red 68. Red 68.
Touchdown, Michigan State. Spartan sideline just erupting over there as their quarterback got to the end zone.
What a run. What a big moment in this game. The quarterback takes it into the end zone for a potential game-winning touchdown. They have good reason to be celebrating on those sidelines.
And he adds the extra point. The whistle hasn't sounded yet. They still have to snap the ball and make sure they don't make any mistakes. Gets out to around the 45. They go with a run, and that'll be a gain of 9. Iowa's going to have to use their 2nd time out of the half. It's 2nd down, and they're about 2 yards away from the sticks. They get nice yardage on that run. And that's a 1st down.
1st down, and now they have an opportunity to run some more time off the clock.
Double tight. Double tight.
We should just see the quarterback take a knee right here, winding down the rest of this clock. And the ball game's over. And our final score in this one, 28-21, Michigan State.
The Hawkeyes.
Glad to have you with us in the studio. I'm Reese Davis, bringing you the EA Sports NCAA Football 14 pregame show presented by Nissan. Innovation that excites.
We'll see how these two teams play in this game as they prepare for the opening kickoff. Nice kick, plenty of distance. And he's taken down at the 14. The Spartans' offense basically predicated on what this kid can do.
The thing I love about this guy, Brad, is just the intangibles that he brings to the table. We've been seeing this guy make plays over the weeks, but the thing that I really recognize is his ability to really lead this football team. When things are going well, he's patting everybody on the back. When things are not going well, he's trying to pick them back up and getting them ready to go. So not only does he physically have the tools, but also I really love the way he approaches the game.
Second down and 9 to go. Ball on the 15. He makes it to the 18-yard line. He's got his man across the middle, and he tackles him hard at the 40.
He showed you right there why a defense can never lose tabs on him. Take your eye off him in coverage, and he'll create a big play.
From their own 40-yard line, first down.
Hey, watch number 5.
Here we go.
He's into the open field. He's taken down around the 49-yard line.
It's great when a running attack comes through for the first down like this. It makes an offense so much more versatile.
2 times. 3 down. Let's go. Hey, we got Mike, number 53. Mike,
Johnson gets about 4 yards on the counter play.
That brings him second and 5.
Second and 5 coming up here. Ball on the 45-yard line.
Let's go.
And he's tackled after positive yardage.
They've obviously found a formula for moving the ball against this defense. Let's see if any adjustments are made before their backs are really against the wall.
Check. Omaha.
Let's go. Hey, we got Mike, number 53. Mike, 53.
Ready. Check. Stand ready. Check.
And he's hit before he can go anywhere. Coleman's looking to get in the record books in this one. He's a very special player, and he really deserves all the praise and awards he could get. Big game for this guy. Here's the 8th play of the series.
Let's go, let's go. Here we got Mike, number 53. Mike 53. 180. It's just me. It's just
Nice run there. And he carried that one for a few yards.
You know, when you have a guy that can grab 5 yards or so consistently, it sure takes some of the pressure off the passing game.
It's 1st and 10. Ball on the 27.
Let's go, let's go. Ready. Green 90. Green 90.
Runs outside for a nice gain.
That's good for a gain of 7 yards. That'll bring up 2nd and 3.
And this is the 10th play of the drive.
Let's go, let's go. Here we got Mike, number 53. Mike 53.
What a play to set him up with a 1st and goal.
Crowder on the tackle at the 5-yard line. That makes it 1st and goal.
1st down, and they've got their eyes on that goal line.
3 down, 3 down. Let's go, let's go. Here we got Mike.
He'll get it again. Runs it right. Nice pickup.
That's good for a gain of 3 yards. That brings him 2nd and goal.
Here's the 12th play of the drive. They come out in a goal line set. And he's taken down at the 1-yard line. It's 3rd and goal. 1 yard to the goal line. They line up in the jumbo set. Touchdown, MSU. He splits the uprights with the extra point. A 13-play, 88-yard drive, and they come away with 7 points. So the score now, 7-0. Michigan State is ready to kick it away. He sends this one deep. And it sails out of the end zone for a touchback. The Spartans are looking for some new players to step up this season, Herbie. And, you know, every team needs a new star to be born year in and year out. This is the point in the game where you don't want to make any mistakes that give the other guys a reason to feel more confident going into halftime. Decent run here, right side.
That's a deep that brings him 2nd and 5.
It's 2nd and 5 here. Ball on the 30-yard line. Brought down after a nice run up the middle. And a nice run by the tailback.
Not a lot of razzle-dazzle here, but it gets the job done and picks up the 1st down.
2 times, 2 times.
3 down, 3 down. Set.
Tackle at the 46-yard line.
That brings him 2nd and 1.
Short yardage situation here. It's 2nd down and 1. Here's a screen pass. Gets into the back. He's tackled in the open field.
Gain of 4 yards. 1st down.
And down he goes at about the 49. A gain of a yard on the quarterback keeper.
That makes it 2nd and 10.
from the 49-yard line. It's second down.
Here we go.
And they make the stop at about the 41.
Call it a gain of 8 yards. That'll bring up 32.
Brought down at the 40-yard line.
That's good for a gain of 1 yard. First down.
And this is the 8th play of the drive.
3 down. Let's go. Here we got Mike, number 53.
Set.
Mike, 53.
180.
He's tackled at the 43.
When you're an option quarterback, you get used to getting popped pretty quickly. He'll bounce right back up.
Second and 14. Ball on the 43-yard line.
Let's go.
Set.
Mike,
Ryan,
number 53.
68.
Mike, 53.
Ryan, 68.
And he throws it away. Here's play number 10 on the drive.
Eagle. Ready.
Zipped it out, and that was almost picked off.
Smart, heady play by that defender. That was solid, fundamental pass defense.
Michigan State could take the lead with this field goal. It's up. Now they leave 3 points on the field there.
It's hard for a kicker to stay loose on the sidelines. He isn't running around like these offensive and defense.
Momentum swings have been fairly even. And with so little separation, this game can be drastically changed on just 1 or 2 plays. Tackle made at the 50-yard line.
That's good for a gain of 25 yards. That makes it first and 10.
Larry. Let's go. Here we got Mike.
Ready. Eagle.
And he's going to be sacked for a loss.
That is a loss of 10 yards on the play.
Michigan State's going to take their first time out of the half. Defense looking for another sack in this second down and long situation.
3 down. Here we go.
And he's tackled around the 40-yard line. They pick up good yardage that time on the pass play.
Here they kind of put pressure on the quarterback and challenged him to find the hole in the defense. And in this case, he did. Nice job.
Got his receiver, dropped it, incomplete. It's fourth down. They'll line it up for a very long field goal attempt. Kicks up. Reese Davis is standing by with this update. Reese?
Check out what's going on in Madison.
This deficit can be easily overcome, sure. But they have to be thinking if they don't get something going on this series, the burden is going to be felt by their defense. They'll bring him down at the 18.
That's a gain of 9 on the play. That brings up second and 1.
It's second down now, and they're just a few feet away from that first down marker.
Three down, 3 down. Let's go, let's go. Let's go.
He gets to about the 27-yard line.
That's good for a gain of 9 yards. First down.
Let's go, baby. Nice for the one, nice for the one.
Sets up a screen. Tailback's got it. He's knocked out of bounds. Right around the 40. So a nice little pitch and catch there, and that'll give the offense a first down.
That was a very good-looking pass play to get more than enough yards to move the chains.
From their own 40-yard line, it's first down.
Let's go.
Tackle after a decent run up the gut.
Gain of 6 on the play. That'll make it 2nd and 4.
Double tight, double tight. 3 down, 3 down. Let's go, let's go. Here we go. Mike. Set.
Here's an opening. He's at the 40. He's at the 30, and he's brought down at the 23.
They're eating up a lot of field on this drive. I'm really impressed with their ball control.
First and 10.
First and 10 following that big run.
Double tight. 3 down, 3 down. Let's go, let's go.
Here's the handoff, and he's taken down for a loss. Get him in the backfield for a loss.
That's a great play by the defense. There's nothing like a defense being able to slip off of a block, get into the backfield of the offense, and then make a play in the backfield to be able to create some momentum possibly for this defense.
3rd and 14 coming up here. Ball on the 27-yard line. And he's tackled right away. That was a good pass and catch there, but still not enough for the first down.
That's not an easy conversion here on 3rd down for the offense. All the defense has to do is stay back, keep everything in front of them, come up and make a tackle.
Unable to pick up the first down, and the ball will change hands. Both sides have made their way back out, and we're just about set to get going again. Throws it into coverage, and it's intercepted. He's taken down at the 31. That was a dangerous pass.
Well, he should have known better than throw that football into coverage like that. You can't expect...
And the ball game's over. And our final score in this one, 31-14, Nebraska.
And the Spartans, 14.
Hi, everybody. Reese Davis with you, bringing you the EA Sports NCAA Football 14 pregame show presented by Nissan. Innovation that excites.
Located on the Red Cedar River, Spartan Stadium has a beautiful view of nature at its best. Both teams have sent their special teams onto the field, and we're ready for the opening kickoff. Seniors probably think it seems like yesterday they took the field for the first time. Today, they take the field for the last time. So let's see what the offense can do as they come out onto the field. Takes it up the middle for a nice run. They get about 4 on that keeper.
That makes it 2nd and 6.
From their own 22-yard line. 2nd down.
57's the mic. Watch 57.
Runs right for a nice gain.
They should continue to run the ball. If they keep this up, the defense will wear down very quickly.
Hits it on the counter left. Gets out to about the 31. The running back gets 2 on the carry.
That was a great hit by the defender. He just drove the ball carrier right to the ground.
From their own 31-yard line. 2nd down. Throws complete, and he stopped immediately. Coleman's the type of player that any coach would dream to have on their roster, and today could really be historic for him. He's on the verge of breaking a record here. He should be awfully proud of what he's been able to accomplish. He makes his way to about the 45. How about that conversion on 3rd down?
Good push here by the guys up front, and they are really starting to work hard in the trenches.
1st down, 10 yards to go. Ball on the 45. He fights forward to about the 46.
That's a gain of 1 on the play. That brings up 2nd and 9.
Double tight. 4 down. Hey, check Mike 57. Mike 57. Get up. Run.
He makes it to the 48-yard line.
Gain of 2 yards. That makes it 3rd and 7.
Here's the 8th play of the series.
4 down. Mike 57. 57's Mike.
Ready.
Dumps it complete over the middle. And he's taken down at the 41-yard line.
That'll happen when you blitz the corner and the offense picks up the blitz. It's one less guy the quarterback has to worry about in coverage. Nice read by the quarterback to keep the drive going.
From the 41-yard line. 1st down. Gains his way to the 30-yard line. And this is the 10th play of the drive.
4 down. Hey, check Mike 57. Mike 57.
Here we go. Line 80.
Gets to about the 27-yard line.
Gain of 3 on the play. That'll make it 2nd and 7.
From the 27-yard line. It's 2nd down.
Let's go.
A huge play, and now they're in a great position to score.
I credit the quarterback on that pass. He made a great read and delivered a very nice pass for the 1st down.
And this is the 12th play of the drive. Touchdown, Michigan State. And he tacks on the extra point. Let's go to the studio for this Reese Davis update.
I think this defense right now needs somebody to try to lift up their spirits. They seem to really be just out there kind of going through the motions. And I think the last time they were out there where they gave up such a long drive has had an impact and an effect negatively on the psyche of this defense.
Excellent job by the defense to diagnose the play so quickly. This is really a well-coached unit.
It's 2nd and 11. Ball on their own 22. Michigan State is up by a touchdown.
Set. Red 18. Red 18.
Up the middle for a nice game. A tight, low-scoring game in that first 15 minutes. Let's see if things open up in the second quarter. The Spartans with a touchdown lead. And we welcome you back to the action here. Just about set to start the second quarter.
Check, check. Big dog. Big dog. Ready. Check, check. Strike on.
Got a receiver, and he dropped it. Butler was the intended receiver on that pass. And that'll make it 4th down.
Yeah, they just couldn't connect on the pass there. That was a very good stand by this defense.
Peoples to punt. He punts it away, and it's a great kick. He's to the 40. He's at midfield. Tackle made at the 30-yard line. In a game that's this close, you can't afford to waste possessions. The ball pops free. It's scooped up, and he carries the ball for a nice gain. They need about 3 yards to get the first here on 2nd down.
Ready. Green 88.
Fires out quickly to the tailback, and down he goes, right around the 30.
That'll bring up 3rd and 2.
Michigan State up 7 points.
Set. Green 90.
And now he's got room to run. Makes it out to about the 40. First and 10. Ball on their own 40. Brought down around the 41-yard line.
That brings up 2nd and 9.
He's at midfield. He's at the 40. Inside the 30. He's tackled at about the 19-yard line. Oh, that was one beauty of an option by that quarterback.
No question. There was no hesitation whatsoever. Once he saw that hole, he turned it upfield and left everybody in the dust.
First down and 10 to go after the big gain on the run. On the pass, touchdown. He hits the PAT. It was a 6-play, 77-yard drive, and they come away with 7 points.
Brad, I thought the offense did.
And offense is back on the field after running the ball very well on their last drive.
This offensive line really opened up some big gaps for the running back last time.
Nearly intercepted.
As a defender, you want to keep your hands up. Maybe you can come away with a pick or at least deflect the ball.
It's 2nd and 10. Ball on the 25. Michigan State is up a score. Tackle at the 44. We've got a 1st and 10. Ball on the 44-yard line.
Stingray! Stingray! Ready!
Well, the defense has to be very frustrated there. They did everything. They got to the quarterback. In fact, it looked like they had a chance to bring him down for the sack, and somehow he's able to throw the ball away.
Here we go. Hey, check Mike 57. Mike 57.
Set!
He airs it out. Catches it, and he's looking for more. Touchdown, MSU. He splits the uprights with the extra point. A quick update now. Here's Reese.
Perhaps college football's great rivalry.
Here comes the offense as they look to find the end zone yet again. And they get nice yardage on that run. It's 2nd down, 5 to go. Ball on their own 35. They'll bring him down at the 48. He might have a chance. He's at the 30, to the 20. He gets hit out of bounds around the 10-yard line. It's 1st down, and they'll be looking for 6 points here. Touchdown, Spartans.
He just put his eyes on that end zone and ran with some real purpose there.
And he converts the extra point. Reese Davis is standing by with this update. Reese? And that should do it. Our final tally in this one. Michigan State 35, Indiana 7.
Hi, everybody. Reese Davis with you, bringing you the EA Sports NCAA Football 14 pregame show presented by Nissan. Innovation that excites.
We're at University of Phoenix Stadium for what's shaping up to be another great bowl game. The kickers got the ball set up, and we're ready to get this thing started. Excellent kick. This one's going to be down in the end zone for a touchback. The quarterback brings his troops out onto the field for the first drive of the game.
Mike 56, Mike 56.
Good outside run there. So he holds on to it and gets a good 5 yards.
That brings up 2nd and 5.
We've got a 2nd and 5. Ball on the 30. He's to the 40.
The offensive lineman played that one perfectly, giving the tailback plenty of space to work with, and he took advantage of it.
Brought down after a nice run up the middle. 5 yards there for the quarterback.
That brings him 2nd and 5.
From their own 47-yard line. It's 2nd down.
Mike 56, Mike 56.
Fires complete over the middle. He's taken down at about the 49.
Good work here by the defense to keep him from making something more out of that play.
Double tight. Double tight. Go down. Mike 56, Mike 56.
He gets out to about the 48-yard line.
Both teams played that one really well, but in the end, the drive remains alive for the offense.
First and 10. Ball on the 48.
Mike 56, Mike 56.
Looks over the middle, and it's picked off. Tackle made at the 47. Good job to pick that ball off.
He did a great job at getting in that passing lane and coming away with.
Their last drive ended with an interception. We're about to find out what the defense can do this time.
He's got a lot of time to forget about that last pick. He just got to stick to the game plan.
And he's tackled after positive yardage.
That's a D4 number. That makes it 2nd and 6.
2nd and 6 coming up here. Ball on their own 29.
Mike 56, Mike 56.
And he's tackled around the 27-yard line.
The D-line did a good job of nullifying out the blocks up front, and that allowed the linebacker to roam free and make the tackle in the backfield.
Man left, man left. Go down. Mike 56, Mike 56.
Ready!
Throws, intercept. No, he dropped it.
I'm not sure the quarterback saw him when he was getting ready to pass because he stuck his paw right in the passing lane.
Riley back to return it. It's away, and it's a booming punt. He's to the 40, and he's shoved out of bounds at the 46-yard line. You never like to have to play from behind, but a deficit this manageable shouldn't be in the front of their minds. They just need to go out there and play. Makes it out to about the 30.
That'll make it 2nd and inches.
It's 2nd down, and they're about the length of the football from the first down marker.
Mike 56, Mike 56.
Dangerous throw. This one's picked off. He's at the 30. to the 20.
This safety always seems to be in the right place at the right time. It's no surprise that he comes up with the interception here.
I'm sure the quarterback would love to make amends for that last pick.
He can't dwell on the interception. There's still a whole lot of football to be played today.
Let's go.
And they make the stop, the 37-yard line. From their own 37-yard line. First down. He's taken down around the 49-yard line. Very interesting first quarter. The Tigers lead it by 2 touchdowns. Feeling the pressure, and he fumbles the football. Looks like a defensive lineman might. And he does.
The previous play is under review. After review of the play, the ruling on the field stands.
After review, they decided that the call on the field will stand. Davis and Pollock, you should be here instead of Herbstreit and myself. Second half just about ready to begin. And he got all of this one. Great kick. And it goes into the end zone, down for a touchback. Well, one team showed up strong today. The other team, unfortunately, didn't show up at all. Clemson, 45. Michigan State, 14. And for winning today's player of the game, EA Sports will make a $10,000 donation in his name to the school's General Scholarship Fund.